Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Michael Kahn, Sarah Griffiths, Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, Austin Whitsitt, John Kays, Tommy Swagnuts, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Bose Nail, Maris, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cat FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Mike, Muted, Dick Earth Skeptic, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, theflatearthchannel.com, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I'll hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
You know,
Whoa. Testing it with logic.
one thing flows from another thing.
But with logic, put it. If you just rely on logic. Because you see, with just logic alone and stuff like that.
I'm still reading philosophy and the Bible and all these things, so I'm not an expert. But I don't think it's necessarily bad to.
How are you, Nathan?
To rely on rationality.
Yes, fine. People are having a conversation, Neil. Sorry.
Ultimately, it comes down to a standard, right? That's like the main thing. It comes down to like a standard, a certain foundation, a certain thing you build up, and we compare everything to that standard, right? Like the world calls it like an axiom, right? Well, if the axiom is not true, then everything else you don't have anything to compare it to. You don't have like a baseline.
Yeah, there is things like Munchausen's trilemma, which is that every proof is either there's things like Munchausen's trilemma. So there is that.
What is that? What is Munchausen's trilemma? Are you saying those are baselines and axioms?
Yeah, it's 1 second. Let me just Google it. I don't know if there's a resolution to Munchausen's trilemma, but so this is from Google. This is from Wikipedia. In epistemology, the Munchausen trilemma, also commonly known as the Agrippin trilemma, is a thought experiment intended to demonstrate the theoretical impossibility of proving any truth, even in the fields of logic and mathematics, without appealing to accepted assumptions.
So that's coming at it from a nihilistic perspective, or not nihilistic.
So that could
solipsism, or whatever you call it.
No, not quite. I don't think it is solipsism.
Well, it's like you're coming from. As soon as that word comes up, it's like, well, where do you go from? It's like, why even have a discussion as soon as solipsism?
Well, you're ultimately what Munchausen's trilemma shows, righteous forces, that you're gonna have to have, sooner or later, you're gonna have to have faith in some. You can build from those axioms, but ultimately you have to have faith in certain axioms. So maybe that would.
No, that is right. That is right. No, that is correct. But that axiom's got to be true. If that axiom is not true, then everything else to build upon that axiom is not going to work out. Right? You're not going to be able to stand, is what I'm saying. You got to put all your cards, you got to put all your money into one axiom that works. And a lot of people, they pick multiple axioms. They're like, oh, maybe this doesn't work. I'll invest in some silver if gold is not it. And if gold and silver are not it, well, I'm going to invest in something else, right? They're just kind of like putting the money in all kinds of.
Well, what is faith to this guy?
That's slow.
Well, it's an important question because it's supposed to be based on a truth.
Faith biblically? I can give you a definition biblically.
Well, just what it is. What is it to you in the sense of what you're portraying here?
Well, new guy, go on. What is faith to you? So it's just how you want. Just yeah, David Lee the bottom.
Did I give my definition?
Yeah.
Faith, according to the Bible, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
I didn't quite catch it all. It was a little. I only caught the tail end of that.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Okay, then it goes on to say, for by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that the things which are seen were not made of the things which do appear.
So it's essentially talking about the noumena, which pre-exists the phenomena, and what everything is predicated upon within physical existence.
I think you lost people die slow.
Well, this is a
Well, through faith, they say. Go ahead.
It's based on truth. It's based on fact, and most people get confused, and they base it on a belief, and a belief isn't always true, and this is the problem.
Okay, look, we're standing in the world, right? We are alive, right? Through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that the things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. We're standing in a world. I'm driving in a car. This was all created by God. We take that by faith.
Did you notice that Arthur had popped by and we didn't even say hello? I was obviously rude.
I was gonna.
Well, I just didn't say hello because there was a conversation going on. So hopefully it'll come back.
Can Nathan hear us,
it
or
said
is he on a
Arthur be
separate
flat.
thing?
Yeah, we hear you
Yeah,
fine.
Nathan can hear us.
Yeah. Did you change mics in the middle of that, Righteous? Were you on your phone and are now on your decent mic?
No, I'm on the same mic. Why? There's an audio quality change?
Yeah, you went from sounding like you were a million miles away, crappy, and then now you sound normal again.
Oh.
Guys, I've been thinking a lot about education, and if we were to say redo the whole, well, say we were to say we or say you were to redo education or maybe found a school, how would you go about it so that people don't fall into Or so that people, know things like basic logic, and they
Well,
don't.
you don't have to change everything.
You kind of have to.
Hold on.
Everything's kind of got to be based on fact, right? Like the second you start falling into this constructive, conceptual, abstract thinking, this is where we deviate from education into indoctrination, and this is what education has turned into modernly. And if we go back to logic and base everything, or deduce it based upon reasoning and logical premises, then we can correct the indoctrinated system back into an educational system potentially.
Right, I'm going to interrupt you there because I was going to answer. And I thought you were on the same lines until you said that. Okay, so
Sorry.
you didn't start with I, but you started with we, I believe, and then you moved to you, and then you moved to you with the school. Okay, well, why would it be the case that it starts with the responsibility of us, we, then it moves on to me, from your perspective, you, and then moves out to entity, school? That's the problem. So you say, well, how do we move forward and teach our kids logic? You teach a kid logic, you just teach it them. That's it.
You teach yourself logic first.
That's the part where I was hoping you wouldn't go, and you've gone there immediately. Yeah, the problem is that you're inferring that you can disseminate this to the masses. Well, the masses have already got a preordained position in life by the powers that should not be, and that is to say that they will be educated without the opportunity to learn about logic. This me saying, well, you just teach your kid logic relies on you knowing logic, right? Or knowing how to pass that information on, or teach them how to learn it, or teach them where to get the information from and what the information would be if they were looking for it. All of those things. Go on, David.
I think another good thing is, rather than relying too much on I think in the past you could rely more on academia, not so much now, but I think another good thing is just to buy books or borrow books from the library and just read them, or get someone else to borrow a book and read it. I don't necessarily see the point of having a lecturer or a teacher. You could just buy you could just. I've recently bought a lot of books and I'm just reading them. So, and it's a very cheap way of doing it, because you can buy, like, a book I've recently bought is one of the Teach Yourself Logic books from the Teach Yourself series, and that was like £10. So it's a lot cheaper than, say, going to university.
I agree.
Well,
I mean, it's I can only practice what I preach, and in that respect, it's a long time ago that I introduced both my kids to the library. My youngest was screaming her head off as a tiny little baby being carried in there with the eldest going around the kids section. Now the youngest is going around the kids section while the other one's being introduced to all the different parts of the library and what they offer. And they regularly borrow books and take them back and sit in the library and read them. Well, in terms of just thinking, when you said, well, it relies on the parents needing logic. Well, I was lucky in that respect. My dad was a programmer, and it's all logic based. So when I was inquisitive and asked what he was doing, what he essentially did was explain how logic worked. So from that particular position, I was lucky and privileged that I had a father who knew what logic was, he was employing it in programming, and then he disseminated that to me. Lucky old me. Not a lot of people have that, and if they go through a normal education structure, then they're never going to be exposed to it in any way, shape or form. And what they're told is logic in the mathematics section won't be the kind of logic we're talking about.
But even these books they're even corrupting logic. So so I was reading it, and argument against, so it's no longer appeal to authority. That is no longer the fallacy. In the book, they've redone the fallacy. So it's appeal to they've added inappropriate to it. So appealing to authority in itself
Brilliant.
is no longer a fallacy.
Good. Because often that's incorrectly. The amount of times I've read that wrong when it's defined, the person who's written it doesn't understand the fallacy. So I'm not putting you on the spot. If you don't want to do this, you can just say, no, you just explain it to me. But what is your understanding now of what an appeal to authority fallacy is? Hello, Brian.
Hey, Nathan, hey, everyone.
An appeal to authority fallacy is saying you're saying something is true because some person who has authority. I know I'm using the term I'm using the same term to define it. But
Don't preface it. Just say it.
Some person who has authority, whatever that means, has said this.
That's wrong.
You could just say
That's incorrect. Stop.
conceptual
That's incorrect. So, well, semi-incorrect. I should have interrupted you. Carry on. What was the bit you were about to add on the end that I interrupted? I'm sorry.
But
I was just saying.
I can see how if that authority, say, comes from this person sitting down and logically thinking about something, then that would be a good authority, so to speak.
No, okay, let's stop. Let's stop. Okay, that's incorrect. So you said that they changed the definition to inappropriate authority. Now that is more accurate. So an appeal to authority fallacy. Have you ever seen Billy Madison? He sat in a school setting and he's talking to a professor about the medulla oblongata. And the professor asks the class, why are crocodiles so aggressive? Billy Madison replies, crocodiles are so aggressive because they've got all those teeth and no toothbrush. The whole class lies. Right? Laughs along with the joke. And the professor explains, no, the medulla oblongata is the reason why they've got this primeval aggression, etc., etc., etc. I've forgotten where I was going with this now. But thinking about Billy Madison and how funny it is, I've lost my point. What was I babbling on about?
We're talking about appealing to authority.
Appeal to authority. Okay, hold on. I've got it. So, right, he starts that. It's because I missed out the main bit. Mama told me that they're aggressive because they've got all those teeth and no toothbrush. And the professor, well, Mama's wrong, right? Now, in this instance, the authority is obviously the professor, not the mother. It's an inappropriate authority. Just because his mum's in charge doesn't mean she understands the medulla oblongata and why it makes crocodiles aggressive. But she is the authority when he asks the question. She's in authority, but not an appropriate authority to give you an answer about how the brain works in a crocodile. So it's an inappropriate authority. So if you appeal...
Somebody who's not specifically qualified for that.
Right. If you say to a drill sergeant, how do you do this drill? And they give you a detailed explanation on how to do the drill. And then you go to a very high up officer and show them the drill. And they go, okay, that's brilliant, wonderful. Where did you learn that drill? And you go, well, from my superior officer. Oh, well, that's just an appeal to authority, said nobody ever. Right? Change the scenario. You go to your mum. Hey, look at that drill on TV. Do you know how to do that? And the mother goes, yeah, of course I do. Just follow my lead. Just do these moves, then that move, then this move, then that move. You go, cool, thank you very much. Mum, my authority figure in this example. You go to the same very high up person, show them the drill, and they go, that's wrong. Well, where did you get this drill from? My mother. Oh, you appealed to authority. That's a fallacy. You, in this respect, appeal to inappropriate authority. Because the mother's not going to know the drill. A drill sergeant is. So just because the drill sergeant's in authority doesn't mean appealing to him is going to make it a fallacy if he's a specialist in that particular arena. Now, I'm going to add one caveat to this, which is to say, on its face value, any citation, so if I give you a citation in regards to how the drill is done, so I detail now how the drill instructor told me how the drill was done, A, it becomes my argument, and B, at face value, the citation I'm providing is just a baseless assertion, unless you can actually back it, you can actually prove it, or provide further citation to make your point more strong. But ultimately speaking, it's your argument, and their citation is, unless it's absolutely stone cold proving your point, just a barefaced, it's just a baseless assertion at face value. Okay. So with all that being said, an appeal to authority fallacy in reality is an appeal to an inappropriate authority. Okay? Hope that's clear.
So what do you call it? What do you call it when the appropriate authority is wrong?
That's your bad. That's on you. That's why I said it's your citation. So if I appeal to the drill instructor and the drill instructor hasn't read the book and he's told me incorrectly, I've done the drill wrong, not the drill instructor. Now, if you then say, well, my drill instructor told me how to do it this way, they go, well, he told you wrong. You should have done your due diligence and checked. Right? That doesn't make it an appeal to authority fallacy when you followed the incorrect instructions of the superior. That just makes the superior wrong. Which is why, again, I added another caveat, which is to say that at face value, the instructions given by the drill instructor, they're, a baseless assertion that it's the correct drill. You've got to check that it's correct. Yeah, so I'm glad you asked, because I put the caveats in before you asked. Good for me.
Yeah.
An inappropriate authority, by definition, does not have understanding of something, the thing you're talking about.
Yes.
Because if they did, then they would be an appropriate authority.
Yes, an appeal to a specialist in a specific arena that you're referencing is an appropriate citation, as opposed to an appeal to authority. But people get those confused all the time.
So it's not an evil conspiracy. It's it has to be more specific. You have to say appropriate authority, because
That's
sometimes
perfect.
people in authority are right.
Yeah, well, it's the perfect definition now, because if you say inappropriate authority, it makes it clear, because that's where the confusion lies. Oh, you're just appealing to an authority if you go to the lawyer and ask him about the law. Now, as I say, at face value, when you get the information from that person, they could be wrong, i.e. due diligence. You do the research yourself, you double check what they've said, you make sure it's all valid, before you go out spurting it out like it's correct. Now, the lawyer, at that point, has spurted it out like it's correct, and they're not. They happen to be wrong. And were you to approach them and say, actually, this was wrong, they go, oh, right, I stand corrected, as most lawyers would. Oh, right, that's fascinating. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. You know what I mean? Right? But that doesn't make it an appeal to authority when you went to a lawyer about the law. You wouldn't present the information back to a judge and say, according to this legal entity that I've appealed to, this is the letter of the law. The judge isn't going to throw it out because, well, how dare you appeal to the authority in this subject? It's ludicrous. But like I say, people get this confused all the time.
Especially the lawyers that come here.
I mean, just to make it contextually sound in the minds of anyone listening, if your appeal about space is to NASA, that's where my second caveat comes in. At face value, whatever claim being made by whoever you're citing, the authority on space, in this case NASA, is a baseless assertion at face value. Finally said it correct this time. So, based on that, you still have to check that what they are claiming and you are citing is actually correct. You can't just say, well, NASA said it and they're the authority, and because they're the expert in this arena, that makes what they say correct. No, it does not. At face value, it's a baseless assertion, whatever you're providing. It might back your argument, but this is why you very rarely see me cite anything. It's not the argument. You don't need citations for anything, ever. As soon as I heard that, as soon as I figured that out, I was like, I'm never going to be... I don't even have a keyboard. While I'm doing the show, I've got a box of buttons that press stop and start and move scenes around and stuff. But I've got no keyboard. Why? Well, because I don't need to be tapping into Google about this, that and the other to find citations and references. You don't need to do that. You just need to know what your argument is, how it works logically, and then you can put that argument to the opponent, and if they insist on a citation for a particular word, you don't have to do it, because even if you did cite some expert, what difference does it make? It doesn't change your argument, and your argument either fails or wins. In most instances, there are some grey areas.
It's sort of a red herring when they do that.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. So when QE demands for a citation, is he doing that for a reason?
It's doing that because, in spite of me saying that you don't need citation, often people make stuff up, Neil. Now, while I say I don't need citation, that is to say I can sit comfortably on my argument.
I gotcha.
It doesn't mean that people won't just make stuff up. And when they do, you say, okay, how can you support your claim? An argument isn't necessarily a claim. It can be a refutation of a claim. It can be a rebuttal. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to back it by citation. Claims, on the other hand, require a higher standard of evidence. Extraordinary claims require the highest standard of evidence. What is the extraordinary claim in our arena? That the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959. That's an extraordinary claim, and it requires the highest standard of evidence, not the highest standard of obfuscation and bullshit, which is what we get.
Okay, because, all right, so people don't make stuff up. But there's a difference. Like what Brian did, he was trying to communicate something. So I don't consider that making anything up. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying when Brian described a navigator's minute as a shortened way of saying the minutes measured in the sky will be translated onto the ground as miles, called nautical miles, taken by a way of a measurement in minutes by navigators. So your navigator's minutes are blah, 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 blah. That's his verbiage and vernacular. That's how he speaks. But suddenly this putting together of two words that are in lengthy descriptions, that would be measuring minutes and nautical miles, and the person doing them, that's mariners, has been sandwiched together with just two words by Brian. That's mariners minutes, did you say? Or mariners miles? I forget. It doesn't matter contextually.
Navigator's minutes.
Navigator's minutes.
I said it that way to annoy the opposition as well.
It doesn't matter. It's not site-worthy. I said it the first time. I'm even more pissed that it's come back up, because obviously this has continued. I take that's correct, Brian. People are still saying, where are you getting your navigator's minutes from? It's just the way I described it when talking about the navigators and the minutes they measure. What the fuck? What's your problem?
Yeah, they don't understand what citation is for. You know, that's just a way of describing something. I'm not telling any lies. I'm not making anything up. Everything I say is correct. They just don't like the way it's said. And I knew they wouldn't like it.
You're not making a claim. It's not even part of a claim. It's a description that you've already prefaced with the claim about what both the navigators in this example and the minutes in this example are referencing. It's been made absolutely abundantly clear. It's not in any way site-worthy. You're not making a claim within those two words. It's majoring, I said this the first time, it's majoring on the minors. Did any of the people who criticised you for this address how they would have a curved adjacent when acquiring an elevation angle, Brian?
No, they wanted to focus on terms like navigator's minutes and just tell me I was wrong, but none of them were able to show where I was wrong. You know what I mean? The problem with the whole navigator's minutes thing even was that I simplified something and made it. I basically took nautical miles, which was supposed to prove globe, and showed how they were nothing more than navigator's minutes. And that is what the problem was that drove them up the wall. But none of them would, like, I mean, the whole idea of, why I was talking about the minutes and degrees so much is because of the angle thing, but none of them want to deal with that. They want to try and reverse the burden of proof maybe and ask me, how am I getting distances to something with an angle on a flat earth? You know, it's stupid stuff like that. They never addressed anything, and they certainly didn't address the elevation angle issue.
Right. Okay. Hey, Adam, how you doing? Hello.
Hello, afternoon, guys. Can I have a couple of minutes today? Just a bit of history.
You want them now? We've got a quarter of an hour before the live show starts. I started quite early and got everything.
We got spare navigator minutes.
Well, this is what it's all about. I'm just posting just a couple of pictures now. What I'm going to babble about. Give me a sec.
What are those navigator minutes based on? Is that like a lineal relationship to the motion?
Unit of measure. That's all it's being used for.
Degrees in the sky.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
I understand.
The angle you're measuring versus your zenith, right? That will give you your sky degrees or minutes, translatable onto the ground in nautical miles. Now that's a 10-word summary of Brian's video. It's dead simple. It's not a complicated subject Brian's covering.
So those are
it's a straight line. It's a straight line measurement.
And those aren't.
Guys, speak the truth. You asked us a question, we're answering it. I don't get it. Go ahead, Brian.
1 second. It's a straight. It's a straight measurement in degrees along the sky that is then transferred as a straight line measurement down onto a horizontal earth. That's it. as there are minutes of degrees along the sky that then becomes a straight line distance in nautical miles on the surface of Earth.
Oh, so they're presupposing a flat surface, are they?
Well, it doesn't work without a flat surface. So it's not presupposing, it's that they can't have it without a flat surface.
That's my point. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah,
It's not going to work on a spherical geometry-based
correct, yes.
coordinate
I
system.
got what you meant. You meant when you say they're presupposing a flat surface, what you mean by that is, in order to have a flat baseline and measure two straight lines, that would be an angle measurement, they've got to have a flat baseline. They've got to have a flat line to measure it from. That's one of the straight lines. Yeah, that's right.
Correct.
So they have to have a straight line. That's right. They have to have a flat Earth to measure an angle. That's right. Not beg the question.
So
that's just the only way you measure.
Yeah, the model works for them as they want it to, and then the second they got what they want, they just ditch the idea and go back to their bullshit ways.
Yes, they need a straight line. That would be the flat baseline. They're not begging the question of a flat Earth first. That's just how you measure when you've got things that are running parallel. That's parallel means two straight lines. Well, you're measuring against the sky and then dropping a plumb line from the star you're measuring to the ground position, GP. Well, that's just a straight line all the way down. Now, in the case of the sextant trap, you've got this scenario where you don't even need to do any corrections. That is to say, let's say you use a mirror, you use an artificial horizon, right? Yeah, it limits your tool by about 50%. You've got half the arc on your sextant. But once you've got the star in your mirror and you've got your star and you're measuring it all up, you line it all up in the sextant with the mirrors all lined up. Once you've done that, no corrections needed because you've essentially established a horizontal baseline with the mirror. So you don't do any dip. You've then got the tool level. You've got it completely flat. It's horizontal. So from that point forward, all you do is measure the angle. You've just got an angle measurement to the star. Now, if you're doing it and minusing it off 90 to bring it back onto the ground, it's still putting it in a box if you ignore the ground measurement and take it as a sky measurement in minutes. Back to your original question. But then you've got to minus it from 90 to get it onto the ground to give you the ground position. Now, when you do that, if you're doing it at a high elevation, so let's say you're doing it in a plane, right? The ground position will be parallel with whatever height you are in the plane, but it doesn't matter. Why? Well, because that plumb line, the GP of the star, just carries on straight down through the line that you drew at whatever altitude you were to the ground below. Now that necessitates the box being square with a 90 degree so that the zenith position, if you will, of the star is directly below the parallel that you drew out when you leveled your device. Ergo, it must be flat for this to work. No begging the question,
Correct.
just works that way.
Yeah, everything's in straight tangents. There's no spherical nature to this measurement.
Can't be. Hey, like, Adam, did you want to start? I've got
What is the G? So the stars obviously move in relation to the ground. So what determines the star's GP if it's
been tracked?
Moving.
It's been tracked, so it's in the almanac. So that any particular, let's say you had a navigation star above you at a given point, at that particular time, you'd look up and it would be at your zenith above you. So they know where all the positions in relation to the ground are at a given time. So you look at your star, and once you've got it sighted at the angle, you've got it all lined up, doesn't matter if you're using the horizon or an artificial horizon, right? Doesn't matter. So long as you've got it, you note the time, because then you're going to go to your almanac and look up where it is. Where's that star above at that time? So then you can draw a circle around that position.
So the GP is the location of a star in relation to the ground at a certain time.
Precisely. And that's in the almanac.
And what is the time? Is there a standard time they use, like 12 o'clock or something like that?
It's not like a standard time. It's just at a particular time. Next time you go outside and it's starry, just go out and look above your head. Now, there's a good chance that there's going to be a star at your zenith. Now, that might not be a navigation star, but if you imagine that it was, at that time, you have that star at your GP. It's above your bit of land. Now, obviously, in 20 minutes' time, it's going to be moved a little bit. It'll be somewhere else above a different part of land. But that's why you note the time, because that's going to be the point on the ground below the star at that particular time. And then you're going to measure your angle, and that angle determines the circle that you're going to draw around the GP point of the star. So from your position to the GP is going to be your radius. And if you had a compass, you'd just draw a circle on the map with the centre point of the circle at the GP of the star, and it'll cross at your location. But there's obviously the entire perimeter of the star that could be any of those positions where you are. Hence, you've got to do 2 at least, or 3, if you're in massively open water or something.
A direct answer to his question is GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. So 12 noon from England, which is a starting point. So, you know, the ship navigators have a chronometer set to that. So they'll know exactly how far from that that star is, and that denotes the GP, the star. And then you'll know your local time by working the math out.
You just take the time when you're taking your angle. When you're taking your angle to the star, you just take that exact time. You check that star and that time in the almanac. And that'll tell you what part of the world that star sits over at that exact time. You already have the distance with the angle. So you know the distance to that exact location. And then you make, that's your radius of the first circle of equal altitude. Do that 2 more times, you have 3 circles where they intersect.
Yeah.
That's your location.
Yeah, I understand like the maths which flows from that. It's just I just need to know the chronometer bit.
Yeah, just go to YouTube, watch a few videos.
Just
they
a clock.
explain it all.
Hold on, are you just asking what a chronometer is?
No, I think
I know what it is. I know what it is.
Yeah.
It's just I wanted to know how I didn't know the time element to the GP to the point, which is to determining where the GP is. You have to. There's an element of time to it. So that's all I needed to know.
Yeah, that's you're using that map in the sky, but you've got to fix that map. Yeah, so this is why you have the point of Aries, where it's set up each year for the ephemeris to work from, and everything works and is reset each year as the precession occurs. So they're in slightly different positions because of precession. So everything then sets from that, but then that map in the sky needs a way of defining it to have a 0 point, a 0 time. And that's why when you leave or you take your time with you, knowing what its relative time is wherever you are on the plane relative to the meridian's time. And that's the thing that allows you to set in the heavens that rotating map to the right point at the right time, so that once you've aligned that bit, then you can draw your GPs from your almanac. But you've got to align that top bit first, and spin that wheel at the top to get it in the right position for it to tell you the GP. And that's why you need to take Greenwich time with you.
Are there any open source maps of the Arctic regions? So is there something which I can pay for, or which is free, of not specifically maps, but I'm looking for like satellite images, good ones, or like nautical maps of the coast of like Antarctica or the pole? Does anyone know if where I can get these?
There's none. All maps have been over centuries. You'll see all of the northern areas erode in any detail. Older maps have much more claim detail. They claim it's the fantasy of Mercator and the likes that they drew these things in, but no, if you go to modern times, they'll claim it's all melted, it's all water.
Right, what picture am I supposed to have up, Adam? I had the picture of the AE.
Yeah, I'm probably going to ramble a bit now. If you wait till the start, this relates to it. It's just to do with history, really, and navigation of where we get these phrases from and the ages they're coming from. So
you're looking at my slides.
Hold on, Tent. Just carry on, Adam. You're summarising it beautifully, and then we'll go into the live show and you'll do it for real. But that's great. Just keep telling me.
So I just want to look a little bit at the history, what we're doing, what we reference, the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, why we reference these, what's it to do with, why are all these things there, why are they the reference points, why the tropics got these names, and then maybe look at that and ask a question.
The slides, Nathan, I put up because you were
my
discussing
bad.
it.
Sorry, snapping your head off, and it's you putting them up.
I knew it wasn't Adam. I just had like.
I've got them in Ballbusters and I'll screen share. It's probably easier, Nathan, if you want when I talk. I've only got 5
hell
slides.
yes! Screen sharing's a bazillion times easier.
Yeah. So I'll
But
just,
since we got 5 minutes or 4 minutes, you want to go to my slides? There's only 3 of them.
Did you want to start with the AE map? Is that what you wanted to start on? Tropic of Cancer.
What if you make your own
no,
maps
that's-
using drones and drones with cameras on them, and then program them to do like some type of mapping, and then you ship a drone, say, to the north of Norway, and you figure out a way of getting the drone to fly from the north of Norway to the North Pole, take some pictures, and then come back.
The problem you have is drones. They'll only last so long, and the distances you'd have to cover would be more than you'd imagine. To get a drone to fly the distances you'd need for it to fly, I don't know if I have any drone, any publicly owned commercial drone you could get that will fly that distance.
I've got your Center of Earth. Was that the first one?
Yeah. The one with the sun.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So this picture is fantastic. This is from them, from their books. So you can see there's the sun. There's a ball, Earth, supposedly. And then there's a navigator. And parallel to actual horizon. And then there's the dotted line, which just described bottom left. Dip correction is eye level with the sea. Now you see that other angled line called horizon. This doesn't exist, this false geometric horizon. No one ever at the ocean sees what this picture shows in orthographic. So basically, the bubble sextant is the height of eye. So let's assume the height of eye is like you're above the Earth, and you have a bubble sextant, and you just get level, and there's your horizontal. But on the ocean, it's really tough because the ship is, bobbing around. So that's why you take dip correction to the sea level. And now you see the parallel relationship between what they call, I believe, the sensible horizon or the astronomical horizon, which is your eye, which is horizontal, to getting the sea, the dotted line, to match it. So it's right here. When you're in the ocean and you're 14 feet above the surface of the ocean, and you sight the horizon where the land appears to meet the sky, or the sea appears to meet the sky in this case, then you've got to say, this needs to have a flat baseline. So I got to minus 14 feet and get to sea level. With the bubble section, you already have that flat baseline. It's called the horizontal because you're holding the bubble. And the dip is identified as eye level above the sea, not the dip that they say is Earth curving away from you. This is not that dip because there is no dip like that. Earth doesn't curve away from you. Go to the next slide. The celestial body sextant angle. So this is the angle they need, and that's why they do dip, but it doesn't work when you place it back on the globe. Pretty obvious. You need a right angle triangle. You need 90 degrees to get that angle. Last slide will show it to you. Here's the observer. Directly above him is his zenith. The star somewhere out there, and it's directly above the Earth somewhere. So here's your box. Just have to get that angle, say 20 degrees. That's where the star is, directly above the Earth. What's 20 minus 90? 70. That's the co-altitude. 70 times 60 nautical miles. That's your distance. The sky map brought down to a flat plane. Circle of equal altitude, right there.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Neil, 10th Man, Eli, Adam Meakin, Chocolate Saying, Brian's Logic, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello.
Afternoon, everyone.
Come on, Eli, do it again.
Come on.
Hey,
Hello.
Nice. You're getting usurped, Nate. Do it, Eli. Do it.
Come on, Eli.
Holla at your boys over at the FED where the globe gets smashed.
Is that the New York? He was pimping for your job, Nathan, when you
Come on, somebody fill Nathan in.
He came in and genuinely we thought he'd started the show. Eli came in and did quite not a bad impression. Not a good one either.
Oh, you're talking about, when I said, welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Elijah Freeman.
Very good, very good.
At first I thought you changed it.
Well, would you a Darth, aren't we? Would you what's it called? Globe Earth Dictate? It's about that time. Surely he's putting one together.
Oh, I hope I'm in it.
Yeah, he needs to get on that, man. We need a we need an updated version of the Globe Earth Dictate.
I will have
with Ethan
arrived.
Woodley.
I hope Neil's in it, just for our sakes.
We need a cocky, over-talking New Yorker. Right, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence that you can have a curved adjacent whilst acquiring an elevation angle?
I thought you were going to save that for last all the time.
No, only yesterday, because prior to that it was new for the last 10 days or so, and every day it was developing into an elongated conversation, and we hadn't got through the housekeeping questions in the entirety, so I thought I'll put it last just to make sure we get through them.
Anyway, no, you can't have a curved adjacent to an elevation angle, or any angle.
2 straight lines, flat earth required, elevation angle will be taken from a flat baseline.
Yep.
Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature?
Only mathematical evidence, which is not evidence, so no.
It's not evidence, it only exists in the maths. The only site of its existence is within mathematics, but I won't call that evidence.
The horizon's
math
not Earth
Does
curvature.
it appear behind math?
The math describes a concept or something happening or repeating in reality, but the problem is when you apply globe suppositions to reality, they never come up true. Like the distance to the horizon, never true ever.
You can't see it. It doesn't exist, but they get math for it. So it's a thought experiment. It's not real.
But how do you have a distance to an apparent location? Like, can you get there?
No.
Like that's my favorite question. Oh, you have a distance to that place? What if I try to go there? Does the horizon stay there and I can just park? or does it move because it's an apparent location based on optics?
I've got a daddy pig response to that as we were talking about Earth, and that was my given character. There's a song. North Star, are you near or are you far? Can we get there in the car?
Gotta have some type of car.
You can never reach an optical.
Not saying the amp, they're asking, can you?
Describing
no,
distance
just say no.
to an optical effect. Sorry.
No, just say no, and we can move on from this horrendous singing. The sentiment's
I don't think we
perfect,
can
though.
get there in a car.
No.
No. There you go then. Daddy
How
pig
the
was
sky
right.
and the ground don't actually meet. How do you get there? What distance does the sky and ground meet at?
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No.
Right. Any evidence of the distance to Polaris?
No.
Got a song about it.
That would be like the North Star we were just singing about, right?
Yeah, these
Adam,
angle
Adam, did you
measurements.
trade?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, did Adam trade in his car for a sleigh? Wait,
It's coming up to Christmas. If anyone's watching after the fact and they don't understand why we're asking. So
I've had, just on the Polaris thing, I've had people in the past hour trying to reverse a reality reverse fallacy, where they're claiming because when you measure the distance to when you measure the angle to Polaris, if you use the angle as a height for Polaris, that the height continually changes depending on your position in reference to Polaris. And so that means that the Earth has to be a globe.
what?
Right? Yeah,
Hold on, what? Hold on. That's a non
That's how
sequitur.
stupid it is.
It's not a reversal of
unbelievably
reality
stupid.
fallacy. It's a non sequitur fallacy.
Oh, no, but the person the last person that did this with me, he's a really, really sneaky, scummy lawyer. So I hope he's hearing this within the past hour or so. And he constantly begs the question, but he does it in really, really underhanded, sneaky ways. And he gets away with it with other people, but he doesn't get away with it with me. So what he's trying to do is take reality, which is we take angles to Polaris or any other star, and when that angle changes, if we use the angle as a height to Polaris, right, not just a distance to its GP, then that height changes, right? Because you can't find out the height of celestial objects with angles. And so this proves the globe, supposedly, because in their model you have this big mathematical thing goes on. But obviously he's after forgetting that Polaris, even in his own model, continually changes its distance from his globe.
Hold
But that
on.
doesn't matter.
Hold on, Brian. In the context of what we're currently talking about more than anything else. So he's saying the angles measured to Polaris, you say? What's the issue there, Brian?
Yeah. Because that needs a 90 degree, which you can't have on a surface of a globe.
So the first part of his claim, that would be the angles that are going to be measured require a flat
that's
plane.
exactly what I said to him, yeah. That's the very start, yeah.
So no claim, without a flat Earth then. A bit like Conspiracy Cats when he had to give it us. You know, first he's got to give us a flat Earth, then he's going to measure his angles, then he's going to beg the question of a ever-increasing height value that's being extrapolated from these not actual positions. That would be the stars. No. First you need a flat plane to measure your angle.
It's better than that, Nathan. What he's actually stating is that by debunking reality, that proves the globe. So that instantaneously makes a globe fantasy, doesn't it?
I see.
Because you have to debunk reality to prove this globe.
Well, debunking his reality, but when he was doing it, he was measuring a flat plane to do it.
Yeah, but his claim was that without saying reality, he was debunking reality. His claim involved debunking of reality. See, this is his whole claim, and that proved the globe, because he had an angle, right, that would not give you a consistent height to a celestial object, and so that debunked that the Earth could be flat, right, and it proves a globe.
No, it doesn't though. That's non
Yeah, but
sequitur.
it doesn't. But this is the thing. This is where this is how slimy this guy is. He actually tries to debunk reality, and then claim proof of globe. So that he's instantaneously saying globe is just a fantasy, because he has to remove all reality for globe to be real.
I think what Brian is saying is he has to deny what an angle is to prove that he's on a globe.
Yeah, and he has to deny reality. The reality is we take different angles. We take an angle to a celestial object, and if that moves or we move, then the angle will change. So if you use that as a height, the height will never be consistent, so you can never get a height. So, but he's starting off by saying that because of that, that means that debunks flat Earth and proves a globe. It's like, no, you can't do these things without flat Earth. That is just reality. You can't use angles to get a height to a celestial object. So he's debunking reality to prove a globe. Go on.
The minute they say angle, it's over.
Exactly. But Brian did say that was the first thing he said.
Yeah,
that's what I said. That's what I said yesterday. Just the use of the word angle just destroys their whole idea. Like, like it's done after that.
Yeah, this all starts from I saw him using this argument against other people I think it was on one of Flat Size videos or something, and I asked him what height is Polaris when it's at your 90, and he won't answer it. This is the third reply I've gotten from him, or second or third reply I think I've gotten off him, and he won't answer what height is Polaris at your 90, because there is no angle then, because he was trying to use everything off of 90 as some kind of a debunking of reality to prove his globe. So what height is it at your 90? And he won't answer that.
He needs a flat Earth for it.
It destroys his whole argument.
Yeah, that's his elevation angle. Yeah, he needs a 90. He needs a flat Earth for it.
Yeah, there's no particular height at your 90, is it? You can't figure out. How do you figure out? You don't have an angle. You don't have anything.
Yeah. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, it's just a descriptive model that doesn't describe very well.
Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
No.
Isn't this going well? Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No.
Wow, Brian, you're a machine.
I think everyone else is not going to answer. Just get it over with, isn't it?
Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius?
No.
Black Swan.
Okay, well, I think we've got a bit of a presentation from Adam, which I'm quite excited to hear because he's doing some very exciting studies at the moment. If you're hoping for globe-proof / flat Earth debunkings out of them, you may not get that. Still exciting nonetheless.
Been like a bit of pressure. Yeah, let me scratch it. It's more just a point of interest that came out of some of this stuff we're doing. Over there. So we were talking earlier about the sky map. So I'm kind of looking at it, and whether it's this image or these kind of old images, Middle Ages maps, we have certain designations that exist. So the Arctic, Antarctic circles, the equator, and the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. And we know why the equator is called the equator, and I think most people know why Capricorn and Cancer are there. These are the positions that the sun travels to with its GP, the extremities. So the sun will travel between the equator to Cancer and Cancer back to the equator to Capricorn and repeat throughout within 1 year. And as you can see here, look, So this is a fairly old map. You can look at any maps, even today's maps, Google Earth. These things are still labelled the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. Now, the way in which this is defined, it works in relation to the sphere of the heavens. And these things define within the ephemeris. Things this equator here, like where the March equinox is. This is how things are set up. And if you see from the grid, then at the top of the zodiac, you've got Cancer and then Capricorn at the bottom. That shows the extremities from the March equinox. So when the equinox is in Aries, this is when Cancer will be at the summer and winter solstices, Cancer and Capricorn. And this is how the names are defined. As in, this is where the position of the sun is in the great year. So each of these lasts about 2,000 years. So Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. Each rotation takes about 2,000 years for it to move those 15 degrees. And this is where it comes from. So we are actually, and have been some time in the age, we're about to enter the age of Aquarius. So this is how the zodiac lines up now. And as we enter the age, but for 2,000 years, we've been in the age of Pisces. Okay, so the solstice starts in Pisces. Can anybody see that the obvious issue here? For the past 2,000 years, tropics should have been called Gemini and Sagittarius. It's only when we're in the age of Aries, the Ram, right, which is at the cusp of Christ. Aries is ending 2,000 years ago, and it run for the previous 2,000 years. So my point is, the point of definition of these tropics, Cancer and Capricorn, comes from a definition over 2,000 years ago. For some reason, we still sit here. This is how it should have been for all of navigation. Now, the question I ask is why? Why are all these charts drawn where apparently we're making these things up and discovering them new? Why would we define these lines as those tropics if we were discovering them new? We would describe them as the tropics of Gemini and Sagittarius, not from a date 2,000 years before to define them. Unless, of course, we weren't discovering these things new and they were adopted.
Unless they were just a pattern.
There you go.
They are a
So
pattern. That's not the point he's making. Maybe reiterate your point, Adam, because it hasn't sunk home clearly.
Okay. So when these tropics are defined, it is to do with the position of the stars 2,000 or more years ago, during the age of Aries. So this is pre-Christ, okay, when these lines are drawn. During the age of Aries, during the Israelite times, Jesus is born on the cusp of Aries and Pisces. And so Aries takes, like I said, 2,000 years for the procession, for the stars to move out of Aries and into Pisces. So all of Pisces is from the time of Christ up until now. And this is where the stars are now. We're at the point of, we're at the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Yeah. So this is how the stars are lining up now. So technically, we're going to be entering, instead of Gemini and Sagittarius, we're going to be entering Taurus and Scorpio, would be the actual correct definitions for the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. And they only come from over 2,000 years ago. For 2,000 years, the previous 2,000 years, we should have been calling them the tropics of Gemini and Sagittarius, because at the March equinox, the zodiac sits in Pisces, and that's what defines these things. That's what defines the ephemeris. I find it very strange that if these things do not predate Christ and all of these mechanisms and all of this way of measuring the stars, why is the derivation relate to a time over 2,000 years ago. And for 2,000 years, we should have been using these denominations, and we should now be switching to considering pretty soon, saying we're in the dawn age of Aquarius, and therefore it's Taurus and Scorpio that should be the designated names of the tropics.
So you're saying if they're claimed to be discovered recently, they'd be named after the tropics they were related to, but obviously it seems they've been passed down because the naming structures based on the positions of the stars 2,000 years ago, and that's what the tropics have been named after. Well, they've never been renamed, and if they'd recently been discovered, they wouldn't have been given that names. It's not like it's traditional.
No, it's not like 300 or 400 years ago, or 500, or even 1,000 years ago that the shift happened. The shift happened 2,000 years. So for all of known history, we've been using a chart that doesn't relate to our history.
Yeah,
Read into that what you will. Thank you, Adam. Was there any more to that?
No, it was literally that kind of side point. Just interesting to see. The reason I find it interesting is that these things are handed to us. We talk about that. We NASA use the ephemera. So these things come, I think, from a lot older. And to try and pretend that all of this data and information is at the point in the late 1600s, 17s, where they're inventing watches to navigate, to match all of this up. It shows to me that the data and the understanding came from thousands of years before, i.e., as demonstrated by the way in which the tropics are named, and they're named in relation to the position of the precession.
Brilliant. Thank you. Very interesting.
Yeah, Adam, sure, the likes of Kepler and them were astrologers. So where did they get their information from? All they did is took the information they had. That's all Kepler did, and manipulated and back engineered into a heliocentric Copernican model. So they are taking credit for something they never did. If you know what I mean, our history is telling us that these people were pioneers when they weren't. They got the information and they manipulated it to suit the narrative.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
all
never
they
get
ever
that.
did.
We'll never get that information. It's all in the Pope's library, if it exists at all. If it's not been burnt already.
A lot of that history I don't buy anyway. I think a lot of that shit's been manipulated.
Totally. And this is my point. If it hasn't, why were they adopting something that didn't exist? You wouldn't name it that if you invented it. Because the way in which it's defined is really interesting, the tropics. You see, there's a lot of old knowledge. The tropics are the thing that they try to pretend is the reason we're tilting. Yeah, it's the thing that they try to put us tilt. Yeah. So it's one of the things that shows precession exists, but it also shows that it's the stars that are wobbling, because the equinox, the tropics do what they do, and it's supposed to be the Earth that's wobbling. That they try to claim this precession, this movement of the tropics. Now there may be movement of the tropics, but it's not related to precession, because if it was related to precession, then things like Brunner Boyne, the pyramids, anything that aligns to the solar celestial clock would be affected by the precession. Now, Brunner Boyne's the oldest one, Brian, that I know. That's like 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
And the sun still rises at the equinox into Brunner Boyne. Now, that demonstrates that precession has not affected sun position. Yet we know it. So it's showing that the sun and earth are intrinsically linked. They don't step out, and it doesn't, and the precession of the stars does not affect the path of the sun. And therefore it shows you can't have the precession effect on the earth. It has to be the stars that's having the precessive effect. Otherwise the sun would be subject to it, and all the ancient monuments would not line up. See, the pyramids line up with all of the stars, and that's why they say they change over time. Why it's why pyramids were supposed to line up with Leo and stuff. That's why they date it to that. But the sun was always the same. So the stars at the equinox in the pyramids and all that now have changed, but the sun still at the equinoxes at the same date lines up. And that, to me, demonstrates precession is due to movement of the star field and not the Earth.
Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here.
He's a legend.
Always a legend. But I got a question. So do you think you think it's they just kept it like that because they're trying to keep in line with their story of their heliocentric model with the sun? Because obviously the tilt is what they say is the reason for the temperature difference, right? We're technically at this time of the year, we're technically 3 million miles closer to the sun, but yet the temperature in the northern quote unquote hemisphere is less like than it would be normally. So you
Remember,
think that's what,
remember, Chocolate, they claim parallel sun rays also. Think about that and think about their tilt. Yeah. There is no angle. You know what I mean? They're trying to claim a different angle. They're trying to claim that a different angle that the sun rays hitting us in the north and there, where is the reason why we have a change in temperature. It's not, you know, but yet they're claiming parallel sun rays. You know, it's complete utter nonsense.
It's so stupid.
The tilt, the reason
that's
for
how
the
the tilt would make the big difference, right?
Yeah, the only reason the Kepler has the tilt in there at all is because of the sun cycle, because the sun does appear to drop in the sky. Even on the Gleason's map shows with the two equinox parts down at the bottom how the sun covers a greater area on June the 21st than it does on December 21st, because he's basically stating that the sun is closer to the Earth's surface on December 21st. So that's the reason for the tilt. And that, like, I can't say for definite the sun drops in the sky, but I can show these things on the Gleason's map. I can show that from my location, the sun does appear to drop in the sky. Its altitude, let's just say, in relation to Earth. And they can photograph it where it appears to be bigger. Supposedly, I had a photograph before where they had a comparison from June 21st to December 21st. And it appears bigger on December 21st because as in Kepler's model, we're closer to it, right? But is it that it's closer to us? And then you have Newgrange, which is what Adam was talking about earlier, which is 6,000 years old. And on the 21st and 22nd, the mornings of the 21st and 22nd of December, in a few days' time, that sun will shine directly into that chamber and at no other time during the year. After that, it will rise again.
As it's done year after year for the past 6,000 years. That's the point. That thing is still aligned. No precession.
But isn't the tilt just satanic? It's like claimed to be, right? It's Earth bowing to the sun, 66.6 degrees, right? Off horizontal?
No, that's numerology. It's numerology. People think it's 666. It's 666 adds up to 18, which adds up to 9. 23.4 adds up to 9. It's all about 9. It's numerology. So everything, there's all kinds of stuff within everything heliocentric that comes back to 9. Because 9, there's a lot of stuff in actual reality that adds up to 9. So it's like they're kind of, the best way to describe it, whoever they are, they're trying to replicate the creator. You know.
Sure.
9 is the highest
hold on.
in the universe.
Before we get into the numbers, but while it might be the case, yes, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying in literal terms, it's hard to phrase this because it's not. It's in reified literal terms. Earth's bowing towards the sun, though, isn't it? That's the tilt.
Yeah, it does give that. Yeah, if you want to see it visually, yeah.
John Lennon.
You broke up with that, Neil.
Of October.
He was a very wise man, John Lennon.
Well, once he was going to come out with all the stuff we knew, they shot him.
Citation, please.
What did you say, Neil?
He's saying that he was about to come out with all this information, and as a result, this pop star got shot. Of course.
Correct. By some guy in Hawaii that got into a military stance. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That bit we we're not contesting that bit. We're contesting the bit where you say he was about to drop the bombshell of all of the information that any conspiratard ever wants to lay at his door. He was about to come out with that information, then they shot him.
Yeah, he was going to come out that Earth is flat.
I was waiting for that. Bollocks, was he?
Well, some people say he was going to come out with the fact that Paul McCartney is really
Some
dead,
people.
and he's William Campbell.
Some people, eh? Citation, please. This is where you ask for a citation, Neil.
But for some reason, I can't imagine that.
Good one, Ted.
Right.
Well, it happened
See, hold on.
yesterday.
We were talking to appeal to authority earlier, right, on the pre-show. And we got into, well, when is a citation required and when is it necessarily acceptable to demand one? Right. When you've got a little just so story claim that John Lennon was going to reveal to the world that Earth was flat and as a consequence got shot, right, as a result of some people, that's where I'm perfectly legitimately within my rights to go, citation, please.
Okay, me. I cited it.
That's bollocks then. Just made it up on the spot.
I think what Adam has presented today is all about us getting back to where we once belonged.
Can I ask a question about the stars?
You threatening me, Irish?
No, I said that's what Adam presented today is all about us getting back to where we once belonged.
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah, I got it.
Did you say?
I'm even more scared.
Did you say me and Irish?
I think Nathan was just trying to let it be.
No, that was yesterday. Ted, man, let me ask you a question about the stars. Is it true that that star that was the sign of Christ being born appeared only that one time?
I don't know. I'd have to do research on that. I know that they were, at the time of Daniel with the Persians, the prophecy was there, and those people stayed on it. That's as far as I got my research, and then
Okay, let's let it be. Shout out to Shatner's Bassoon, who's become a member for 10th month as a penguin. Thank you very much. Says huge thanks for another year of. I can't read it. It's too small and complicated. Can anyone read his message?
Huge thanks.
Go on.
Well, I just got on my iPad. Huge thanks for another year of emancipatory truth.
Emancipatory.
Emancipatory. Yeah.
Emancipatory. I can't read it. It's too small. I'm back to using the little monitor. I probably wouldn't have been able to read that anyway.
I'm
Huge thanks for another year of emancipatory truth.
What's emancipatory? What does that mean?
To emancipate something is to set free.
To set free.
Correct. Can I get back to my star? Because Rob Skiba was saying that he tracked that star all the way back, and the original birth of Christ was on 9/11.
Oh, gosh.
I just want to jump in if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Please do.
The star that was like said to have been in the sky, they actually, I guess, like through astronomy or whatever, they said that it was actually an alignment of like certain stars. I guess some even planets or whatnot, wandering stars. And that's what made it so bright in the sky. It was because there was multiple stars in alignment or in a cluster, if you will, all together, and that's what made it so bright, and that's what the wise men had to follow. And I guess over all the years, passing through, you're never going to see that star again because it was a particular cluster of stars that were of that night. I that's what they said. I guess I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's saying it's the planets, not the stars.
Can we come together and give an answer?
Well, it was a combination of.
Well, if you were back in the USSR, you might know something.
I got a feeling this isn't going to
That was yesterday.
think you used it twice, Neil.
Nobody's hearing me.
We're hearing you. We're just ignoring you.
But as far as the date of the birth, yeah, it would have been in September. You could trace that back through the scriptures. It would have been.
That's Earth, Wind, and Fire, September. That's not Beatles, so you're off.
Hold up.
Anyway, why is it always in my life?
Hello, Chaos, Audio Chaos. Anyway, from me to you, I think we covered this yesterday.
Just to check, have I missed Christmas then?
I don't know, this is making me want to twist and shout.
The 9/11 thing, I remember that coming up before. I think QE brought it up. And when you use the moon calendar, which would have been the older calendar, when you use the moon calendar, it all connects to number 9. So Jesus' birthday, right, the character of Jesus, his birthday would have been on the 252nd day of the year, which is 9. And I worked it all out before. There was several other things that matched it to 9. So 9 is the number.
Yeah, but think about it. If it was 9/11? How could anybody ever celebrate the Lord's birthday on 9/11 now? So maybe it is true, and these psychopaths had this event take place, so we could never really have his birthday on the proper day. Makes sense to me.
What the hell are you babbling about?
I would say these
very simple.
I think what he's trying to say is like 9/11. The way
No, don't reiterate what he's trying to. No, I got that bit, Chocolate. Yeah.
Chocolate understands.
Hold on. Paula's covered this. Paula, Bible literalist now, level up. He's in the chat right now as I glance across because I can actually look at my chat when I start mentioning things like this. She's covered this, right, in terms of that date structure. And I can't remember if she confirmed or denied. She was vague from my memory. Certainly didn't tie it to that specific date if it was in September, which I think it may have been. But either way, sort of, so what? Mid-September is what they might claim it is. Whoopee-doo. You want to tie that into conspiratard nonsense about 9/11? Ugh.
No, just say
it wouldn't
so
have been
sad.
9/11.
The ninth month is actually November. The 9th month is actually November.
Yeah, not when
that
Jesus
blows my whole thing out of the water.
Neil.
It's 11/9 for us. It's 11/9 for us.
Wrapping these numbers around modern times, and those numbers didn't exist then. The different calendar, Julian calendar, not Gregorian for a start. August was, September, October. October's called what? December's called what? The 10th month. Just think none of these things matter. And back in the day, as I showed you with that, right, everything was guided by the stars. Okay, your calendar's set by the stars. Well, I just demonstrated when the year starts. It doesn't start January the 1st.
Oh, I know that.
The March
I know
equinox. Right, so there's day 1 of your year. So if you're going to count from March. Or see, what you've got to do, as what I showed you there, is go back and figure out where the equinox is in that point. But you're starting from March still. Yeah, you're not starting from this year. So any numerology that you think you can read into stuff now, 9/11. Well, 9/11's not 9/11 in the old calendar, is it? So
I just want to say it wouldn't have.
What calendar are we going by now?
Hold on. Did everyone listen? Did anybody listen to what Adam says? It's like everyone just whistles past the graveyard, don't they, Adam? Did anyone just listen to what Adam just...
I heard him.
I heard him loud and clear, but I'm saying, what calendar are we going by now? What are the psychopaths going by?
Who cares? We're talking about Christ's birthday versus 9/11 when we started off talking about the physical locations of stars when doing triangulation. What is going on? What's going on?
I told you, it's helter-skelter. Just get off this.
What's God's calendar, Neil? If any numerology is going to align with anything, and if you're going to do anything, you've got at least got to go to the Hebrew calendar. If you're going to write, Jewish calendar, and even then, I would suggest to you, God's calendar is the heavens. So any numerology stuff you want to read into it, you've got to take it from there, not conspiracy.
That's the point, though. When you take, here's the thing: when you take the Jewish calendar that they went by, and you overlap it even in today's calendar that we follow, their calendar, it would land in what we call September. Like that's the year of Rosh Hashanah, right? That's like the holiest festival that they have, that they celebrate, and it even correlates with. That's why it would make sense that they couldn't find a place to stay for Mary to have that immaculate birth, because all of the rooms were booked, because everybody from around the city, outside the city on Rosh Hashanah, everyone would come into town and stay at all the lodges. So it even makes sense in that sense, like in that case. So it's the mid-September though. If you look at Rosh Hashanah, it's always celebrated in mid-September, not 9/11 on our day, but in today's day, it falls in like almost like by the 20th. And you actually have to go through the scriptures, and you have to look at when Elizabeth's husband was taking watch at the temple, because every eighth a week he was in charge of it. But there was it's deep, but there was like a special holiday. Then he had to actually work 2 weeks in the temple. He comes home, we find out it's 3 months. Mary's been the baby kicks inside Mary, right? And then we know that 3 months after that, John the Baptist was born, who is Yeshua's or Jesus's cousin, born through Elizabeth. So I mean, you could track it back, but it falls in mid-September, not 9/11. That's like totally like that's nonsense, because Rosh Hashanah doesn't fall on 9/11. First of all, in our calendar, and it does correlate with the original calendar, the Jewish calendar, because you're saying it goes, but they used to go by the lunar calendar as well. But anyways, it all matches up.
I was
That's
just
where
going by what Rob Skiba said.
A long
That's
and
all.
winding road.
That's where my numerology came in, using the moon calendar, because that's the old calendar. So not just mixing up a load of nonsense into some new calendar we're given. The old calendar, which is the moon calendar, would make, if 9/11 was the actual date, then it would make Jesus' birthday on the 252nd day of the year. 2 plus 5 plus 2 is 9. And I have more than that, but I'm not going to go into all of that now.
I just had ancient Jews use the zodiac. They're stuff lines now. So this is something that was discovered. I think this is what's written in the Bible that was supposedly needed to be destroyed. The animals of one of the temples. It was buried and then rediscovered. Whether it was ever destroyed, but again, this is in one of the early synagogues, and this is quite common in really old synagogues, is to have a zodiac. Again, but they're not astrology. They're not, trying to get the fortune. It's God's calendar. It's how everything is defined in terms of what's happening, and the use of the stars, time, date, etc. So this was an integral part of it, and I would suggest Jewish, the early first and second temple stuff is all using the stars to generate a calendar, and their month systems as well.
Quick shout out to Ben White. He says, I started out with nothing, and I still have most of it. Support what you like, or it goes away. Really appreciate your support. Thank you very much indeed, Ben.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Keep going, Adam. Don't let me down.
That was literally it. It was just, I think it's very difficult to try and place these things. The Bible's not specific as far as I can see. You're given clues, and most scholars agree to disagree on it. You can come up with, I think, a plausible thing. That Rosh Hashanah bit, I think, is probably more pertinent and has more sense from a scriptural sense, because it's the Day of Atonement, isn't it? It's where you atone for your sins. So for Jesus to be born around that festival, I think, would be highly appropriate, wouldn't it? If he's there for everybody else's atonement, be a nice time to be born, wouldn't it? It would fit sensibly to me. But
the start of the year in different cultures happens differently. In Japan, it's in April, when I'm not sure the exact date, it's the 4th or 14th or something, and it's when the cherry blossoms come out. That's the start of their new year. The Celts, it was the 1st of November. Halloween was the last day of the year. 1st of November was the start of the new year. So these are all old things. Like, these aren't things that just happened recently. These are old. So there has to be a reason for it. I know, like, obviously, the Celts viewed the 1st of November as the start of winter, basically, or whatever. But it was the start of the darker.
That's why Washington's covered in that colour cherry blossom tree. So they were a gift from Japan. If you go around Washington, they're covered in those Japanese trees, and they were given to them as a gift. But that's also the colour of the STI badge on a Subaru. So it's got more and more red over the years, but it's basically pink, right? That cherry blossom red is pink. And you know the history, I don't need to repeat it, you've just gone through it. But yeah, it's got a lot of significance.
And Sergeant Pepper's, Paul McCartney sitting down with his legs folded Indian style, and on his uniform, it's OPD, officially pronounced dead.
Yeah, can you let it be with the Beatles reference, please?
The cherry blossom to the Japanese, it doesn't have any medicinal or any purposes in that at all. Their old claim, I don't know what they claim now, but I know for definite that the old ancient claim was that the cherry blossom had only one purpose, and that was beauty. And that was the point of it, that the creator put it there purely for beauty at the start of their new year or whatever. But it's just purely a beauty.
Right, hold on. Yeah, you've got there quickly than I thought. Start of the new year. When do they come into blossom?
I'm not sure. I think it's April, is it? I know it's around the time of the Japanese.
Oh, shocking. Yeah. Right, so not December. Not December the 1st. That's shocking.
January the 1st, you mean?
You know what I meant.
No, not that time. No.
Yeah, New Year's been fudged with, well and truly. You know, we celebrate New Year. In this country, we go out on the lash, go drinking. And that's what, at the darkest, coldest time of the year, when everything's dead and dying and covered in snow. New, yeah. Whatever you say.
I've celebrated New Year with 6 feet of snow on the ground, so that makes no sense.
It makes absolutely zero sense. New Year's spring.
The Persian New Year is called Nowruz. I'm not pronouncing it right. And it's I'm just looking it up because I remember my mom calling me and saying, "Hey, it's the Persian New Year," and it was always different, right? So it says here, Persian New Year, also known as Nowruz, is the Iranian New Year, the first day of spring, March 20th, 21st, 22nd, depending on the year. Nowruz is one of the most ancient celebrations in the history, which has been celebrated for more than 3,000 years in what is now Iran, and in the extended cultural area known as the Greater Iran.
Just the purpose of moving it is, as with everything, the redesignation of months, is to create a disconnect between the information we're given in the heavens and what we experience here. It's to disconnect the two. It's part of the time movements and everything.
I agree.
That's the only thing I'd say in terms of why New Year goes to the end of December would be a slight on the Catholic Church and their pagan origins. It's to allow the continuance of the festival of Saturnalia. So they merge Christmas, New Year, and you've got all those festivities and revelries in there, which is that same ancient time of Saturnalia, which is based around the winter solstice, which is drinking, debauchery, etc., etc.
Did you say salmonella?
Saturnalia.
It's based around Saturn, is it?
Yeah, which is the ancient Roman and pagan celebration that goes off around the winter solstice, which is a Bacchus cult. So it's a enjoyment, carnal pleasure time.
Yeah.
Do we worship Saturn on Saturday? Is that what they're supposed to do?
Part of it, I think. Saturnalia was a specific cult, I think, to, like I said, more to do with earthly pleasures and stuff. And I think it's like a week's long festivities. It used to be.
Chocolate.
The last 10 minutes.
Hang on, chocolate. If you know Saturday, then you can plan it.
With the last 10 minutes of the live show, can we talk about the horizon?
No.
All right. Back to planets and gods.
Wait. Would that be the visible one or the non-visible visible?
Well, that's the thing, because you guys know I love my song that I clipped Nathan in Admasto, a.k.a. I mean, his name changes every 5 minutes, so I don't know. But he said to Nathan, nobody claims that what you're viewing when you're looking at the horizon is the geometric horizon. And Nathan says that's fascinating, but to do geometry, though, it has to be geometric. So I'm just thinking, why do they keep saying that? Especially when you Google the geometric horizon, it says the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. The local horizon may include trees, buildings, and mountains. The geographic horizon is the apparent boundary between the earth and sky. So the geometric horizon is the one that we're looking at, that they're talking about. Why are they saying that that's not the case? Can any of you globe earthers explain what the discrepancy is about?
I don't know, but I think we can work it out.
Let them work it out.
I can't believe it. You're always on my puns, and you've been dribbling in every session with puns with the Beatles here.
What's amazing me is I'm the biggest Beatle fan, and I can't come up with one today.
I need some help.
I got you, Tim.
Thanks, Adam. Do you have me 8 days a week?
I got one. I've got a feeling this is going to go on for a long time.
Not yet, but by the time I'm 64, I will.
When I'm 64. Anyway, if you don't know, if yous didn't get I've got a feeling, then yous don't know the Beatles.
Well, the truth is, I didn't have to do any searching. They just come to me.
That's sick.
Let me go back to the equinox then. Just one last interesting thing that does relate to maybe why they put Christmas there, and that's because Christmas does coincide with the winter solstice, where the sun is at its lowest, and for 3 days it sits on the horizon, doesn't it? It descends. It doesn't go lower. It doesn't go higher. In terms of its behavior between the tropics. So that may be the point, because this is the point of the new, some people consider the new year, the rebirth of the sun, which is when it starts to come back from the south to us. I say in these 3 days, which is synonymous with how many days Jesus was away for, after crucifixion. So that may be a way of laying old traditions and new traditions together so that they have a relevance. The new religion has a relevance to the old customs, and that might be why you place it there, because there would have been that, and you can then use the stories of Christ and the resurrection to explain what's going off in the stars now. So that might be a reason for placing it there as well.
You're saying they're substituting Jesus and saying, here comes the sun?
I'm saying when you're putting stuff together for pagans.
Very good.
If you ever get on me for punning, Nathan, I'm going to refer to the show.
Well, I mean, they were only like fools on the hill.
Listen, for somebody who don't like the Beatles, Nathan, boy, you sure know a lot of songs.
You're a bad boy. Anyway, carry on, Adam.
That was it. Again, I just a thought as to what's Paula say. This will be Jesus rising from the dead has exactly nothing to do with some allegory. I didn't say. I don't know if she's addressing me there. I'm saying that might be why, if you've got certain areas, why it would be sensible to link it with other already occurring festivities. that would seem a sensible way of incorporating into as you're traveling, to celebrate Jesus' birth at this time. This is the birth of the sun, as these pagans see it. Right, well, let's just hijack that, and we'll designate it as the birth of Jesus. Doesn't have to be the exact date, but we're taking over those existing festivals. That would seem historically.
Nathan, that George Washington thing you were talking about with the cherry blossoms,
Yeah.
where'd you get that information?
On a car show about the STI Subaru Impreza. So do you think
So I was thinking, how do you know it wasn't
Go on.
Strawberry Fields?
I didn't. It's not. It's Cherry Blossom Fields, but there we go. So, Adam, do they keep this information known through things like, the Masons? It's just you find out as you go higher up in the ranks, Someone just sits next to you one day in the lodge and nudges you and says, do you want to know a secret?
Oh, that's another good one.
That would be more just general scholarly understanding of the spread of Christianity and that. It's not. But Masons would have something very, very different, wouldn't they? It would be.
Do you want to know a secret?
Kabbalistic stuff, yeah.
You promise not to tell. Whoa.
When this show re-airs, trying to unpack it's going to make for a hard day's night.
Just let it be. Just let it be.
With all these puns, I'm so tired.
That's a good one. See, at the end of that song, he mumbles, Paul is a dead man. Miss him, if you play it backwards.
Oh, my God.
I didn't know.
Oh,
Neil, you play
right, hold on.
Serious?
Stop. It's the first time I've ever got to plug this. Go and check out or do a search for Ethan Weiner's audio workshop. And I think it's called something like Audio Myths Debunked. And there's a very nice lady in that called Poppy. I can't remember her surname to credit her, but she's the first presentation in that hour-long presentation where Ethan Weiner does his Audio Myths workshop. Anyway, what she discusses is backmasking, which is playing a record backwards and listening to various crap come out of the other end of the speakers when you do that. And they had Led Zeppelin, and she plays Led Zeppelin in reverse to the audience and asks them what they can hear. And everyone's looking at each other going, I don't know, I haven't got a clue. It just sounds like a load of old nonsense to me. She says, what about now? She does the same thing, but on a projected image, she shows some subtitles. And as it goes, it says, I really do worship Satan. And everyone goes, oh, I heard him say, I worship Satan then. That time I heard it because it was on the subtitles. Right? So check out Ethan Weiner's Audio Myths Workshop, where he debunks a load of crap about audio interconnect cables, hi-fi power conditioners, various other complete unregulated crap that gets sold. But also, backmasking was the first presentation, just for your benefit.
I guarantee he ain't debunking any of the Beatles stuff, because they put it there deliberately. It was all about selling records after they broke up.
I think you have to ask Eleanor Rigby about that.
Okay, well, either way,
that was a great one. Do you want to know a secret?
If I ever needed someone to debunk audio myths, Ethan Weiner would be the person.
I'm going to look into it. And by the way, I subscribed to Jose J.G. Boom, and I was not happy how he made a mocking video about Arwen because he misrepresented him, okay? So you do something nice, and you get a guy coming out with that. Not cool.
Just subscribe to that clown.
But I still haven't finished plugging Ethan Weiner's audio workshop. It won't be long before everyone's going and we're looking at that.
See, you're going to ignore the whole Jose G. Boom nonsense.
Look, I plugged him because I felt sorry that he'd lost his channel. That doesn't mean I'll watch him. What do you want? I don't like watching this stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
saying,
Jose.
But
if
you do something nice, and then he turns around and sticks somebody in the panel. Not
Who
cool.
lost his channel? JG lost his channel?
Yeah.
Did you expect Jose to do something different?
At least if you're gonna make a joke about it, at least let it be known that it's a joke and you're taking a shot at him.
I'm not taking a
you
shot
watch
at him.
the
I was
video,
that's not what I said.
No, I'm
that
talking
wasn't what I
about
did. No.
Arwen.
It's not. I wasn't taking a shot at him. Oh, you're talking about him and Arwen.
Yes.
Oh, now and then I get confused.
Neil, I wouldn't worry because Owen will be fine. He'll get by with a little help from his friends, won't he?
Yeah, like me, because I consider you guys my friends, and when someone strikes us, I strike back.
Over your head. Come on, it's pun day.
No, I got it. It's a Beatles song. I got it.
But we don't need a revolution.
From our friends, I know. Revelation. Okay, great. It's revolution.
He said revolution.
Which one? Number 9, number 1, or revolution? There's 3 of them.
Look, what was said has been lost. Okay.
Hang on.
It's lost in the sea of time.
When Neil's car breaks down, he's going to go Subway and get a ticket to ride.
This is miserable. It's like September in the rain.
I just wish it was yesterday.
Just let it be, guys.
That's old and used, Rams. Come on. It's been used about 100 times today.
Oh, I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I missed it too. I'm only kidding with you, bro.
There's some sour milk. See?
I not to change the subject, but to go back to what we were talking about. I was going to throw in too that do you guys know the Feast of Tabernacles? It's like 3 days after Rosh Hashanah, and that also would correlate why everyone is also in town, because the Feast of Tabernacles is extremely important. And if you read in Leviticus, like on the first day of the feast, like it says like to take like the branches of the tree, like palms, and that is like where Psalms 118 comes into play, Leviticus, like all these scriptures tie in together and make sense that would be the day of his birth. And because remember, even when he returned into Jerusalem, they said that they raised up the palms, and then that's when they told him, hey, told everyone to be quiet because they were screaming out Hashoshana. And that's when he said, for even if you shut them up, that the rocks would cry out and praise me. But anyways, it just all ties in. That's all I'm saying.
Tell me why.
Because it makes sense. That would be the day that it came up. Like logically, it makes sense that would be the day that this happened, because all those things tie in together. Let's say it would make the most sense, because if you had enough pieces to tie together, it would make sense that this is the way it was, because these pieces all fit together more than just having one piece or two pieces. When you have like 5 pieces, it just makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Okay, I think that's the end. So on that terrible pun, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is the end. And yeah, that's it. Bye for now.
What a lovely day!
So after the show, we're going to go through the things we said today.
How about this? Everyone you do, I'm going to sing.
Arwin had a great rant earlier in the show today. I was like, wow. One of those meltdowns. It was great.
Did you like the tip of my tongue?
You go like, I don't know. At the end of your wrap up on the show, you never run out of words, Nathan. What the hell?
Tomorrow never knows.
That was a classic because it was on the Revolver album, and it changed the way pop music was recorded.
Hey, Jose, do you still think that the horizon is geometric?
Yeah, Jose, and don't be misrepresenting
Yeah,
Alwyn.
maybe. No, I was gonna tell you, dude. Alvin is great. I found a little niche. I got a little editing program, and I like grabbing little clips of videos, and I just take everything. I delete out, edit out everything that makes sense, and I leave only the things that makes no sense, little sounds and and but so I put a string of nonsense words and sentences together. It's beautiful, man. People know it's fun. If I would see it, he'll know it's fun. Gary Benga had a blast with him. I did one of Gary Benga yesterday. He was doing a little test of the angular, the criterion and the narrow angle with rubber bands, and then he shows some foreshortening in a little cow stable he got. And I grabbed that video and I click edit it out everything that makes sense, and I just put him in pointing at the rubber bands and going boing 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 boing, and the cow's going moo. Lovely, man. It's to have fun, man. I don't know. I'm trying to find something
Sorry to interrupt.
different.
Sorry to interrupt, guys.
But you
Hello.
didn't put
Hello.
it
Sorry to
that
interrupt.
way.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that non sequitur didn't buy you a ticket to ride. He asked you if you still thought the horizon was geometric.
The horizon. Let me think about it. I have never thought about it. I maybe have. The horizon is geometrical. Yes. Yes.
No, Black Swan.
Uh-oh.
What's up with the black swan? The
Do you want to
horizon
tell
is
us?
geometrical.
You tell us. You tell us, Jose.
What do you want to know? That the horizon
The argument.
is geometrical?
The
Yes.
argument. I say, you affirm that the horizon's geometric. Yes, horizon geometric. I reply, Black Swan. You go, what about it? So either I can take that one of two ways. One, you don't understand the Black Swan, or two, you just think maybe you can segue away from it like you tried the first time, talking about angular resolution.
No, maybe you want to tell me that. I mean,
It's been
so
2
you
years.
want me
2
to?
years. 2
You want me
years.
to make your argument?
It's been 2 years. Telling me you don't know the argument. It's been 2 years.
No, I know the argument, but
That's what I'm asking.
in a
Third time.
just
Third time. That's what I'm asking. So you tell me then what the argument is, because you're like, what? What about the Black Swan? Well, it demolishes your assertion that the horizon's geometric. Do you want to repeat the argument back so I know you understand how? Maybe you don't. That's what I'm asking.
in this quickly exchange of one-on-one discussion, you want me to make your argument and answer it also, or you want to make your argument and then I'll answer it? It's up to you.
I don't have to
Black
make
Swan
it.
is not an argument.
No, that is
it's
the
just
end of
two
the
words,
no.
two random words.
It's the end of the argument. You say horizon geometric, that'd be Earth curve. I say Black Swan. End of argument. It's not. The horizon's not geometric. It's not Earth curve. That's it. That's what Black Swan shows.
All right, cornbread. Cornbread, Nathan. That's my argument. It's two words, the same
Sorry,
as
cornbread, that's a non sequitur fallacy. So
Wow.
what you're doing is using a non sequitur fallacy. No, the Black Swan's an argument that I asked you to repeat back to me. You don't know what that argument is, or you would have repeated it back to me. You don't know what it is. So you're saying the Black Swan's the equivalent of cornbread because you don't know the argument, presumably because you now associate Black Swan just being a random entity, a thing, a Black Swan, like cornbread. No, it's a logical consistency argument known as modus tollens. Did you not know that? Obviously, my first assessment that you don't know what it is right.
But you appreciate that, right? Black Swan, cornbread, kite flying. It's random,
This is why I
two
can't
random
take
words.
Sorry,
Unless
that's the
I say
same non
cornbread,
sequitur.
the argument
Same
is
non sequitur. Do you not know the Black Swan logical consistency argument in the form of modus tollens? Yes or no?
I might know it, but I can rephrase it. I'm
Go
not gonna
ahead. Let's hear it.
mention it
Third
word by
time.
word. I
Fourth
can
time, in
rephrase
fact,
it,
I've asked you.
paraphrase.
Fourth time. So after 4 attempts, you're going to do what I asked you 4 times ago. So can you tell us it then? 4th time.
I can paraphrase it, Nathan.
Oh, go
Is that-
ahead.
is that cool?
Can you paraphrase the Black Swan back argument back to me, please? That's the 5th time.
All right. Without refraction on Earth, the horizon.
That's
should
wrong.
be,
Stop. You fuckwit. Wrong. Incorrect. Wrong. So you don't know it. You just made it up. Paraphrase it.
Oh, you didn't add
butchered it.
refraction to the Black Swan argument. Sorry, I added that.
Did I ask you for your fuckwit paraphrasing of it? No, I didn't. I asked you if you knew what the argument is. You can address
I
it.
can rephrase it. I cannot tell you exactly what
Now
it
he's
is.
rumpusing
You
me.
gotta then
Now
tell
he's
me
chanting through me.
word
Now
by
he's
word.
rumpusing me because I'm making a fool of him with his stupidity. So you think that's time to chant through me? No. I didn't ask you to paraphrase it, rephrase it, restructure it, or rebut it. I asked you if you could repeat it. Now, if the answer's no, then the answer's no. Now, for you to refute it, I first need you to know, or I need to know you know what it is. Don't give me a paraphrasing of it, because that'll just demonstrate you don't know what it is. First, state it correctly. Then we can move on to whether or not you think your refraction argument's going to apply to it. We need to know that you know the argument first. You haven't given it us yet. So, for the 6th time, can you give us the argument that you sort of went, Black Swan? Yeah, can you give us that? That bit that you mumbled about afterwards, not understanding how it debunks your claim of a geometric horizon. I've asked you 6 times if you can just give it to us. So we know you know it. Clearly you don't.
All right. Cornbread. No, I mean, so I don't have to add refraction because that's not part of the Black Swan argument.
Do you need me to ask you for a 7th
on
time?
Earth,
Do you need me to ask you for a 7th time? Just give us the argument back. That's it.
on Earth, the horizon should be a certain distance away, a certain height. I'm hearing feedback. And on the Black Swan image that you present, it doesn't add up. The horizon is way further away, way higher than it's supposed to be on Earth. That's my paraphrasing of the Black Swan. Is that good enough?
So it's not geometric then?
It is geometric. That's why I added refraction.
Sorry,
because
no.
on Earth, there is refraction.
No. See, the Black Swan that you just paraphrased badly, we've got imagery that shows it's beyond geometric limitations. I know you didn't understand the phrasing. Yeah, beyond where it's supposed to be, that's the geometry. When you say beyond where it's supposed to be, you appreciate that's the geometry that's beyond where it's supposed to be, i.e. the geometric horizons beyond where it's supposed to be. Do you understand this now?
Yes, I understand it.
So it's not geometric then? You want to tell me it is again, Chanter? Do you want to chant that it is?
It is geometric.
No, the Black Swan debunked that, bonehead. You just went through it with us. Beyond its geometric limitations in the imagery. So no, not geometric. Beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. Beyond geometric limitations. Not geometric. You want to chant again that it just is, and then maybe chant through it? Go ahead, chant that it is geometric when you've just described how you know it isn't because it's beyond its limitations in geometry.
You're not adding refraction to the Black Swan argument, and
So,
yes,
okay,
it is
sorry,
geometric.
refraction would also mean without doubt it's not geometric then. If it's refracted, Jose, it definitely isn't geometric then. So you're saying refracted. So also, definitely not geometry, optically bent in the light. That's not geometry. That's optical, Jose. So by your own standard, you now realise if it's refracted, it's not geometric. Do you understand?
Refraction is a factor that always
It's not
happens,
geometric
and
though.
yes,
If
we
it's
live in a
refracted,
physical-
yeah, we know refraction's a factor, but that makes it non-geometric. 2nd time. Do you understand? Clearly not. You need to chant that refraction's a factor. Yeah, if it's refracted, this is the 3rd time stating this to you, it's not geometric, Jose. You understand yet? Maybe 5 more attempts from me, getting ever slower and putting on my worst Dumbo voice. If refracted, not geometric, Jose. Chant for me. Chant for me. Come on, chant.
Will
So
it
not
be
geometric
official
then,
or-
Jose.
Oh,
Jose. Not geometric then. Refracted, that's not geometric then. You understand now?
it is both. Nathan is both.
No, Jose, no. Both? Do you think we've got two horizons? What kind of world are you living in? Two, both?
There's one horizon only.
Dos? No. Uno, one horizon, Jose. Not two. What kind of idiot are you? You think we've got two horizons? No, that's right. No, we've only got one horizon. And the horizon in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth calculator was geometric before it was debunked by the Black Swan.
Refraction.
Refraction, so not geometric. It's not sinking in, it seems, Jose. If it's refracted, it's not geometric. Not
Yeah, it's
sinking in.
both.
Both. Back to two horizons on screen this entire time for my audience. Let's go through it. Location of geometric horizon marked as a point with a straight line to it. Jose's bent line to the location of the apparent horizon. That's non-geometric bent line. Not going to give you derivations of R. Definitely optical claimed, based on 7/6R, so can't be capable in this model. Nevertheless, Jose, if refracted, not geometric, and we've only got one horizon.
Will you let me speak 2 or 3 sentences without muting me so the audience can hear
You said both. Both, you said. Then I took my arm, rammed it down your throat, and ripped your ball bag through your own mouth. When you said both, we only have one horizon. Do you understand? Comprende? Uno horizon. Not two, not both. You said both. You think I should let you jabber on indefinitely about both of the horizons? They're on screen. Yeah, maybe you can chant through me about how this is objectionable while you talk about both. No, one horizon. You understand one horizon before you start babbling on for 5 more sentences about both of them? One horizon, Jose. You understand that? You ever seen a horizon? We've not got 2 of them. One.
Can I answer?
You can suck on my balls.
I like to answer.
Yeah, you like that one horizon, not both. You were about to launch into more sentences about both.
You're letting me answer a yes or no.
About both. No, I just ripped your nuts through your mouth, mate, by saying we've only got one horizon. You know, the one horizon we see, not 2. That's what I did, buddy, and you started chanting through me. I said that the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator's geometric. That's why you need, as a fundy globe believer, the horizon to be geometric. It isn't, and we've only got one. You started talking about both, didn't you, Jose?
You got an interrogation. You don't even letting me answer.
Sorry, maybe if you talk really fast and really, really Spanish, then it'll get through and maybe people will think you know what you're talking about when we've only got one horizon, Jose. One horizon. Uno. You understand that? Uno.
Can you let me answer?
Maybe if you ask for permission to talk rather than confirming that we haven't got both. You're not going to talk about 2 horizons, one geometric. We've only got one. That's 5 times.
You've already answered everything, Jose.
I haven't answered the question. He's interrogating me.
How many horizons have we got?
Yes or no question.
How many horizons have we got?
I would like to speak.
How many horizons have we got? You'd like to speak isn't an answer to my question when you were about to launch into a nonsense tirade about both horizons. I've got them on screen for my audience so they know what you want to refer to with your sphere with 2 horizons. And we've only got one. You think you're going to object and appeal to format while I point out that we've only got one? No, me pointing out that we've only got one horizon is me ripping your nuts through your mouth, my friend. Now you understand that your chanting's not going to work here.
Horizon.
Yeah, you descending my show into a shit show by chanting through me isn't going to work here, Jose. No. I'll just point out to my audience as you chant through every word that I'm ripping your nuts through your mouth when I point out we've only got one horizon. Did you need more time to bullshit about both of them?
We have one geometric horizon only.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon, Black Swan. So circle jerk back to the original point. Black Swan, blah, 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 Black Swan. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Yeah, Black Swan demonstrates we haven't got one geometric horizon. The horizon's not geometric, Black Swan. We're back to the start, aren't we, Jose, you circle jerking, fundy globe believer? Black Swan, mate. No, we haven't got one geometric horizon. We have got one horizon. It's not geometric, though. You think chanting through the middle of my demolition of your claim One geometric horizon. No, we haven't got that, Jose. We've only got one horizon, and it's not geometric. Black Swan. Comprende?
Cornbread.
Comprende ese? Uno.
Right?
Uno horizon.
Yeah, one horizon.
Yeah, so not one geometric horizon, Black Swan.
We got infinite amount of...
How do my balls taste, you fucking fundy spick fuckwit?
Woo! Speak was a little in between.
Sorry, one horizon, not one geometric horizon, Black Swan. Do you want to actually address me?
That was racist, the speak.
Do you want to actually address me?
Yes, I like to say 2 sentences without interruption.
We've only got one horizon. You've said we've got one geometric horizon. We're still on your baseless assertion that's been debunked by the Black Swan. Yet making no acknowledgement of it, though.
Yeah, I got 2 words also, cornbread.
Yeah, your non sequitur that you keep throwing out there. Like, Black Swan's not a logical consistency argument. We've already covered this. Not comparable to your nonsense.
We live in the on a physical Earth, geometry, yes.
No, the horizon's not geometric, but the horizon you're begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator is geometric. The horizon we see in reality when we've only got one isn't.
There's refraction present always.
So it's not geometric then?
Yes, it is.
No, if it's refracted, it's not geometric. It's on screen for my audience, just for this brain-dead idiot. Yeah, this complete clown. There it is on screen for the audience. 2 horizons is what he needs. One geometric, the horizon that's claimed to be Earth curve in the maths, and one apparent. That means we see it. Now, we haven't got 2 horizons. The geometric horizon only exists in the maths. We don't see the geometric horizon, Black Swan. How many times?
I don't see what you're
presenting. If the horizon is refracted, you can't establish the R value, Jose. Where did you get it?
Yeah, if it's refracted, it's
I
not
don't
geometric.
see what Nathan is presenting.
If it's refracted, it's not geometric.
Oh, it's geometric, yes.
No, it's not. Why are you chanting this? No. If it's refracted, as per the demonstration that's come from AB Science on your own side, this is his diagram. AB Science.
I don't know what you're showing.
Why are you chanting through me?
Presenting that to us, Nathan.
Why are you chanting through me?
You're presenting something, talking about something that I'm not seeing.
Couldn't give a crap. You're talking about 2 horizons. I know what you're talking about. I've not only known what you're talking about since you started talking about it, I've had a depictal example of what you're talking about on screen provided by AB Science. That's your claim that we've got one geometric horizon and one apparent horizon. That's DOS. 2. We haven't. One horizon. And it's not geometric, Black Swan.
Refraction always...
So not geometric. So he's just going to keep locking his fuckwittery, stupid, nonsense-minded idiocy. Going to keep telling me how non-geometric it is with the refraction claim. Yes, so definitely not geometric then.
Yes, it's geometric, yes.
No, if it's refracted, it definitely isn't. You're just a clown. You don't understand the words coming out your own mouth.
Present. Yeah, there's refraction present.
Sorry, refraction isn't geometry.
Oh, I know.
So refraction isn't geometry, Jose.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So why are you saying we have got geometry when you're telling me it's refracted then?
Oh, because we live in a physical Earth, unless you...
Yeah, so we need a physical horizon and we haven't got one.
Yes, we do have one.
No, we don't. We only have one horizon. Who's off mute in G+ ruining this? Who? We only have one horizon, Jose. It's definitely not geometric, as you explained when you went through the Black Swan with us.
Yeah, always geometric horizon. And
not always geometric, beyond geometric limitations as demonstrated in the Black Swan, beyond the limitations the geometry would suggest, and necessitating a claim it's refracted now. If it was geometric, you wouldn't be telling me it's refracted.
What you see is refracted, but...
So it's not geometric then?
Yes, it is geometric.
No, it isn't. You're just an idiot. You don't understand when you've been defeated. You think by claiming simultaneously that it's refracted and geometric, that's going to get you to the point where we've got 2 horizons. We haven't.
Maybe you'll understand one day.
Oh, I don't understand, don't I? Yeah, I absolutely understand. I've got it on screen for my audience. It's your claim of two horizons. One geometric, that we don't see, so it's not a horizon. And why don't we see it? Well, because it's refracted. So we don't see it refracted, not geometric refracted. But you want to tell me how geometric it is? No, you're a bonehead.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not geometric if it's refracted. That's the rebuttal. The rebuttal to the black swan is that it's refracted, therefore no longer geometric.
It is geometric.
No, if it's refracted, you're just a clown. I'm sick of him. Kick him out.
See the refract.
No, refracted's not geometric. You're an idiot.
It is geometric.
No, it's not. You're an idiot.
Oh my God.
Well, okay.
Yeah, not okay. You're an idiot.
It's all good.
You think that's funny? You need a geometric horizon to claim Earth's a sphere. It's your Earth curve. It's been debunked by the black swan, laughing clown.
Have a great day, everybody.
I will, safe in the knowledge that you haven't got an Earth curve edge for a horizon. And the horizon in your begging the question proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths is geometric, unlike the real horizon, which definitely isn't. As you went through with the black swan, that you vaguely understood and did a pathetic job of paraphrasing. Yeah, I'll have a very good day knowing that. You, on the other hand, will chant and shout through every single person who tells you haven't got a geometric horizon anymore.
Yeah, he's trying to fit both the ball and the cube through the same hole. Like, a 3-year-old could realize that that doesn't work. Jose doesn't seem to realize it works. It doesn't work.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Well, one thing's for certain. He won't have to use that software he paid for to take out the silly things from his mouth.
Also, subscribe today to Jose J.G. John Gonzalez, because obviously he's got a new channel and he's all supporting. Yeah.
Oh, no.
What the hell is wrong with
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. It's a joke.
That's a good one. I appreciate that. Boom.
Hey, Jose.
My pleasure.
That cornbread, that's really crummy. Can you come up with something better?
No, I actually came out with that like in the moment. I never thought about it.
Yeah, and it got you called a spick, didn't it? You want to shout cornbread at me? I'll call you a spick. How about that?
Cornbread is good.
Yeah. It was funny for me too. Yeah, I can get away with over-the-top overt racism when my opponent uses cornbread as a rebuttal.
Yeah, because you're calling him a liar.
She said bye-bye.
Fucking spam, baby.
No, I'm listening a little bit. I'm scheduling my team, but I got
It's good to have you here, by the way, Jose. That was good fun. It's like the old days.
Bye-bye, Jose.
Good to have you.
You got to realize when Jose
it
says
was fun to come
bye-bye,
back.
that doesn't mean he's leaving.
Disclaimer, I didn't record anything on my end. You are the only one that had this. This is just me having fun while multitasking. I don't this is you, man.
Jose, I don't have enough money. What's going on with your YouTube channel? Do you need money?
No, I don't have anything monetized in my new.
Do you need money?
You gonna give me money?
Yeah, I can arrange, but don't say bullshit anymore. I can arrange with money, you know?
You're gonna pay me so I don't say we got a geometric horizon.
That's not what he's saying, Jose.
You're
Hold on, everyone be quiet.
You're an honest man, but you're bullshitting a lot.
He's offering you support, Jose. He's saying, if you need money, I can help you. He's being a good Samaritan, basically.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You could have at least done the Alberuni 5% thing instead of the just yes, no.
Are there any real world examples of, like, let's say, a person who's standing behind a hill and then seeming to stand in front of it because the weather changed?
Say that again. Say that again.
Is there any real world example of someone standing behind a hill and then standing in front of it, apparently, because the weather's changed?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Indio said that before. That's to you, JG. Sir.
Eli, take credit for it.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I haven't seen that.
So
that's
somebody did. Somebody did a little
else.
something with the pipe, and they put like a red plaster thing. They put like a little red something,
cute.
and they
That's
put
cute.
some kind
But
of a
look,
liquid, and
that,
it's bullshit.
that's cute.
But I
But we're
never seen
talking
what you
about
asked.
real world things, right? Okay, so you haven't seen it. So it's just like everything else that you know, like say for instance, their beliefs of rocks in the sky, you know, they move so fast that they look like streaks of light. We haven't seen anything like that in nature either. But you know, people tell us that that's what's happening, so we believe it. So it's just like refraction when you know damn well there isn't a geometric horizon that's moved from in front of something to behind something simply because the weather changed that day. That's really absurd.
He hasn't physically moved. He appears to be moved. The geometric
You said you never seen that.
is always in where it is. Geometry is
You did
always where
say
it is. The
you did say
physicality
you
is
never
always
seen
there.
that though.
But let me
I
finish
asked you in my
sentence. Let me
example.
finish one sentence. Geometry is what it is. The physical thing is always there in its actual place, but then the conditions allow us to observe things, you know, just moving around where are physically not. They are physically in a place. We are seeing it in a different place.
That's total doublespeak. It's physically there in physicality, in a fixed physical location, but it's moving around. It's not in a physical location. It's moving all over the place. Yeah, that's the doublespeak contradiction that you've got to hold at the end of the discussion we just had. We only have one horizon, Jose. We don't have a geometric one and a non-physical entity moving around all over the place. The one in your maths is physical. The one in reality moves around all over the place. So not physical. It's just that simple.
It doesn't move. He appears to be.
Yeah, it fucking does. What do you think the black swan's showing, you complete idiot? Not moving. Yeah, it is. Like... It moves with the weather.
Yeah, it looks like him.
Yeah, definitely moving. Looks like. Apparently moving then. Looks like. Apparent. Apparently it moves. Definitely not physically fixed and geometric then. Yeah, that's the point.
Jose, did you understand Eli's statement?
Obviously he didn't.
No, Jose.
Sorry,
Jose.
Dan.
Not you. Jose, did you understand Eli's statement?
The question he asked me if I never seen anybody behind a mountain, and then another days he's over. Yeah, I understood that, and I answered him.
Okay, so is the hill physical?
Yes.
Is the man behind the hill physical?
Yes.
And so one day you see it that way, the next day or 2 hours later you see the physical man in front of the physical hill. How come the hill? What happened to the hill?
No, I say I never seen that.
Oh, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Word.
We're talking about oil rigs and over water, surface of water. We're not talking about mountains and men.
Yeah, typically. Yeah. By example, if a hill is in the way of an oil refinery, I don't wake up one morning and find that suddenly the hill isn't in the way of the oil refinery anymore. It's got physicality to it that blocks the view of the oil refinery. It gets in the way, and I don't tend to wake up and find that one day it's projected up on top of it, or the hill's missing completely. That never happens with physical hills. And likewise, that would never happen with a physical Earth curve obstruction. That would be your horizon, known as Earth curve, with its geometry. Of course, you tell us how refracted it is, and how it's both physical and in a physical place, but also moving around and non-physical and not changing all over the time. Yeah. We understand the contradiction doublespeak that you have to go through. You need two horizons, and we've only got one.
The reality is, I've seen the black swan different ways. Many different ways. The horizon above, the horizon below, blocking, and all that kind of stuff. So we know that it appears through the lens of what we're looking at in different places, many different times.
Like a hill. Obviously, when I look at a hill, it often appears in different places at different times, doesn't it?
If you've seen that, I've never seen.
Hills don't fucking move ever!
But the black swan...
Yeah, but Earth curve does. But that's okay, it's refracted, non-geometric. But it is geometric, even though it's refracted, non-geometric. It is geometric, because I need two. So it's non-refracted, geometric, non-refracted, geometric, double-speak nonsense, where it moves because it's physical and doesn't move. Yeah, we understand your position, Jose.
So you never seen the black one where it matches with the globe, where it's
So
blocking.
you ever seen a hill that moves out of the way of things it was blocking?
I haven't.
No, that's because that doesn't happen in physical reality. Meanwhile, your reified Earth curve edge horizon moves all over the place. That's because it's not an Earth curve edge hill in the way of anything. We can debunk that. We debunked it with the black swan. Now we're told it's not physical and doesn't have geometry. We're told it's refracted. Also, there's idiots who don't really understand the argument that tell us it's both refracted and geometric. But that's because they're idiots and don't understand that if it's refracted, it's not geometric. They also chant through me while I point that out. The idiots that don't understand the difference. That don't understand that as soon as you say it's refracted, it's not geometric anymore. They're the type of idiot that will chant straight through the top of me telling them this. Yeah? Because they're idiots. With double street contradictions to claim here about non-physical physical positions that are physical and geometric and moving all over the place in complete contradiction. Yeah, that's the kind of nonsense we have to deal with here, Jose.
Jose, do you realize that celestial navigation state clearly in all the dip corrections that the geometric horizon is only a mathematical location? And they have been navigating via the sextant for God knows how long. So nobody ever saw this geometric horizon. They only ever account in reality, the height of Y correction only ever accounts for the visible horizontal horizon.
Furthermore, if, as you say, it's all refracted, the horizon's refracted, you can never use a sextant then. Will never work on a globe Earth.
That's correct.
Yeah,
You understand that, Jose?
I'm not into the sextants.
You can never use a sextant then. Refracted horizon, bent line to the horizon. Oh, well then it's no use for a sextant.
I don't know what a sextant does. Yeah,
measures two straight lines. You understand that you're claiming there's a bent line to the horizon. You've said it about 16 times. Refracted, right, Jose? The tool, that you don't know what it does, measures two straight lines. You understand that you're claiming one of those lines is
You're telling
bent?
me that.
Maybe if you chant through my question, it will make it less devastating.
Oh, you asked?
Maybe chant through it. That'll ease the blow if you chant through the end of the question.
I thought you were done with the question.
Yeah, what, while I'm in the middle of saying it? Maybe if you chant through it, it'll make it less painful. You have said on multiple occasions, Jose, that the line to the horizon is refracted. That would be bent, deviated from straight. That's what refracted means. Unless, of course, you don't understand what refracted means. Not straight. The sextant measures two straight lines. Ergo, no use to you then on a globe. Can't be used. Refracted, right? So not a straight line for use with a straight line measuring tool. Right, Jose?
Oh, I'm not interested in
Stuttering much? That'd be, yes, Nathan. My angle measuring tool called a sextant will not work with a bent line that would be refracted. You just need to say, yeah, I understand how the sextant won't work with my refraction. That's a bent line. When it's a straight line measuring tool, you could say, I understand that something that's looking at a bent line won't be measuring a straight one. You're saying the line to the horizon's bent, refracted. We're saying this tool measures straight lines. You understand or not?
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, well, you don't have to take my word for it. You can look up any manual about a sextant. It's a glorified protractor. It's measuring two straight lines. You not understand that it's measuring two straight lines, this glorified protractor? You not understand that angles are lines? Yeah? Two lines? The difference between them being the angle? They're straight, Jose. You don't understand that they're straight. You need to take my word for it, that an angle's got straight lines in it. You need to take my word for it.
I'll take your word.
Maybe you need to chant through me to make this less devastating. While I ask if you need to take my word for two straight lines making an angle. You need to take my word for that, do you, Dumbo?
I'll take your word. How sextant work?
What, measuring two straight lines bit, specifically? You can't just accept that as true because it's come from a flat earther. The fact that it measures two straight lines, you take that on advisement.
You're very smart,
would you?
Nathan.
Maybe you chant through it rather than take it under advisement. You need to go and ask your lawyer whether or not it's true. What's the deal?
Why would you lie?
You don't need to take my word for it, moron. It's a fact. The sextant measures two straight lines. Angles. Angles being two straight lines.
I trust what you're saying.
Oh, well, that's good to know. You understand that one of your straight lines for this tool would be bent if it's refracted, Jose? Refracted means bent. You understand that that's a bent line then to the horizon?
I'm learning a lot today. Yeah, tell me more.
That your claim of refraction means bent? Is that what you're learning?
No, I'm learning what you're telling me, how things work.
How things don't work on a globe. If it's refracted, you haven't got a straight line.
I thought you were telling me how...
Maybe chant through it. It'll make it less devastating, me repeating it for the 4th time when you haven't addressed it yet. You've claimed horizon, distance to it, line to it is bent. On screen for my audience, location of apparent horizon. That's the refracted, non-geometric horizon that Jose's been claiming here. That picture on screen, I'll draw the bent line Jose's been claiming. That line's not straight. That's what Jose said. He said it's refracted. This is the line he's talking about. Definitely not straight. Now, do you need to take that under advisement? Or do you understand that the line you've been talking about when you told me refracted through me, chanting, that's a bent line? Do you understand, or do you need to go and look it up? Bent, you claimed.
I need to look it up. Yeah, you got to.
So you didn't understand what you were claiming when you told us refraction. You didn't know what refraction really meant. You stupid. So you're barking refraction. You don't even know what it bloody means. It means deviated from straight. You complete idiot.
You shared that image with the audience, not with me. What?
Sorry, you need an image to know that deviated from straight is what you meant when you said refracted. You need an image to back your own stupid assertion of refraction. You don't understand
that. I want to see the image you're showing.
It's showing a bent line.
I want to see that, yeah.
What, like refracted would be. We're saying, he's saying refracted, here's a picture of a bent line. That would be a line that's not straight for use with a sextant. His line that's bent isn't straight, like a sextant uses. And every time I state it, he chants through me. What an abject coward.
Who's talking about?
What a total coward.
Oh, you are? You changed the song?
You stuttering bitch. So, your line to the horizon's bent, Jose. Yes, Nathan, that's right, amigo. It's a bent line. Yeah, that's right. That's what refracted means. Yeah, sextant uses a straight line, though, Jose. You understand how that's a big problem for you?
Wow, you want to talk about sextant? Tell me more. I don't know anything about it.
It uses straight lines. It measures angles. Nice. I thought I made that clear. Maybe me reiterating that which you don't understand would require you to be talking while I'm talking. It measures 2 straight lines, Jose. That's what a sextant does. Do you understand what a sextant does now?
So to recap the previous point, we live on a physical Earth, geometric horizon.
Sorry, don't chant in the middle of a debate. I don't want you chanting at my audience. How dare you? Don't summarise something you haven't got to the end of yet either. You haven't won. You've claimed you've got a bent line to the horizon, and the tool called the sextant measures straight lines. It's about the 11th time. Don't summarise something you haven't won. We're still on the same point.
No, we're still talking about there's a geometric horizon and we see a refraction.
No, there isn't. Black swan, beyond limitations. That's why you had to claim it was refracted. Not having a geometric horizon is the reason you say it's refracted. Furthermore, if it's refracted, you can't use a sextant, as it measures straight lines. It's 12 times.
That's on you. I don't want to use...
makes you look stupid.
Yeah, he is stupid. He's just chanting. He started to make a summary in the middle of a debating discussion where he's had 11 repetitions of the flaw in his argument. He's claimed line to horizon bent. Well, the sextant's looking at the horizon and taking it as being a straight line to measure an angle with it. He doesn't seem to be acknowledging this very devastating problem to his argument.
Those words never came out of my mouth. You're saying it that way.
Sorry, you said refracted. That means deviated from straight. That means bent line to horizon. That's a fact. That's what you claimed.
That's what you say.
No, that's what you say. You said refracted. You're going to lie. I'll give you an opportunity.
I didn't say the other...
No, just chant. Yeah, don't lie. Just chant straight through the middle of me, I would. Yeah, so are you going to lie and maybe deny that you've claimed the line to the horizon bent, that's refracted? Maybe deny...
I deny that I say that. Yes, I deny. I never say that.
So I say refracted. I never
say about the bent line. I never mentioned this bent line that you...
That's refracted, you fuckwit!
Oh, well,
that's what refracted means, you stupid idiot.
Man, yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
Sorry, you stupid idiot. You don't know what refracted means. It means fucking bent.
You calling me idiot?
Yeah, you are an abject moron. Refracted means deviated from straight.
Feels nice.
How we can call you if you say some bullshit? We can call
No,
you
you can call me
intelligent.
idiot. No, you can call me idiot. Yeah.
Okay, you're an idiot. You've told us it's refracted line to horizon, that's a bent line. And when I say he says a bent line to the horizon, you go, oh, no, I don't know if I claim this. No, I do deny bent line. Now, that's what refracted means, you stupid shit. That's what refraction means, you stupid shit.
There is a geometric horizon.
That's what refraction means. You've said refracted, therefore bent line. Do you understand? Why am I having to reiterate his own fuckwittery to him? He's told me refracted. He doesn't even know the meaning of his own bloody words and rebuttals. He's denying that refracted means bent. That's how stupid he is.
I'll take your word for how the...
You don't have to take my word for it. Look it up. It's your claim. You're saying refracted. You need to take my word for what it means. It's your claim. You're going to take my word for your words, are you, idiot? You should know.
Man, relax.
Not relax. I'm dealing with complete idiots like you, Jose, who use words like refracted, and when I say, okay, so he's saying the line to the horizon's bent, you go, I don't know if I'm going to accept that. It's your claim. You just don't know the words you're using.
I never claimed that.
You said refracted, you dumb shit. That means bent. You dumb shit. You did claim it, you dumb shit.
Can I ask Jose a question?
Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Like a minute.
Is it about how he's going to use that bent line he claimed when he said refracted with a sextant that needs straight lines?
It's about another word he's using. Do you know what the meaning of the word geometric is, Jose?
Absolutely, without question, no, he does not.
Yeah, Nathan answered right. Yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck are you even doing here, you stupid retard? Get the fuck off my show! Don't know what geometric means, go away! Audience, this is why I lose my temper with these shit-for-brain fuckwit idiots who come here to tell me I'm wrong. He doesn't even know what geometric means!
Jose, geometric means geo, earth, metric, measurement. Earth measurement. So a geometric horizon would be a visible horizontal that we could measure to. It can't be a mathematical location that has a calculated refraction based on it. It has to be physical, visible, that we can measure, and it has to be a horizontal horizon. So a geometric horizon would be a physical horizon, a physical horizontal basically that we could measure to. Now, we don't see that. We see an apparent horizon, a visible one that moves around. That's reality. That is what we see. So there is no such thing as a geometric horizon to Earth.
That would be Earth curve. There is no Earth curve. Earth curve is not the horizon.
Does refraction dealing with objects on horizon or horizon itself?
For them, it's dealing with it in maths at a rate of r. So for them, their horizon still has the exact same problem because it's going to be based on light bending through sphere-shaped air. That would be atmosphere. Rate of r required.
Yeah, but I'm saying about refraction. When they say that word, refraction, like if you look in any book, you will not see that horizon is moving forward, that anything has with the horizon.
Correct.
Well, you'd see in Thomas Young, his quote.
Andrew Thomas
right?
Young.
Yeah.
You
He
go ahead,
basically
Alan.
invented terrestrial refraction, right?
I don't know about invented it, but go ahead.
He's the first one that actually brought it up, right? That's what who Rumpus references when he brought it to the scene. So yeah, it uses R, and it also kind of implies the the horizon, as you see it, is displaced in relation to its actual geometric horizon, even though all optics tests, everything that has been done in the field of optics to refine how everything works, absolutely disclaims that that is even a possibility. The horizon is like the one thing in optics that never moves. Everything else in relation to the horizon can move through miraging and all that, but the horizon itself never moves because it is just where it is geometrically. And on a flat plane, yeah, that means that it can be very far away, very close by, depending on how clear the skies are.
We've cited it many times. Andrew Thomas Young said that the refraction he's talking about was done over a flat plane.
Yeah, he added in globe mathematics afterwards.
Geometric considerations.
Oh, yeah.
Is Jose even still there?
I hope not.
No.
The show is so much better without these ballers.
He's making an argument and literally not knowing and understanding the words that he's using. So he's basically just parroting conversations that he's heard ballers have with flat earthers without understanding them, because he's just repeating the words like a parrot.
Come on, people. Jose is the worst troll in this server. Come on. We know that.
Yep.
Well, the thing about it is that what he would have heard is flat earthers who didn't know enough about refraction and the basics of it, arguing with ballers who are claiming a refraction that is a mathematical thing that doesn't exist. So he wouldn't have got to the point of knowing that refraction means bending of straight, in basic terms. The bending of straight, deviation from straight, a bent. Do you know what I mean? He never, that basic never turned up. And the word geometric, which is an earth measurement. Because the flat earthers arguing against ball earthers, the flat earthers don't have all the facts in order, and the ball earthers are using a mathematical refraction that doesn't exist. So that's where, if you listen to a lot of the shows, Jose shows, that is when the refraction arguments come up. Most of the time, that's what happens. You don't have anyone in there who can concisely say, no, it's a bent line, so you can't have a straight line on the globe. You don't have that. You have people arguing about inferior mirage against their 7/6 war, completely missing the point of the refraction argument.
The moment they say refraction, it's the end of their argument, because the moment they say refracted, it's no longer geometric. And as Brian's pointed out, in terms of the etymology, if you will, of the word, it's talking about measurements. That's measuring the physicality. Well, if it's refracted, you can't measure the physicality anymore because you're describing it as being optical.
I don't think Jose realizes that.
None of them realise it. He's just representative of all of them.
And it's crazy, though, because if terrestrial refraction was anything like that was ever real, and things in the distance weren't where they geometrically should be, then optics in general becomes highly unreliable over distance. Like, really unreliable and warped. Like, a lot of technology wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, like we'd lose a lot of wars.
Yeah, but
and what is
well, to be fair,
refraction?
everybody would be losing a lot of wars.
Correct.
Arvin, what is terrestrial refraction? What is that?
The refraction that happens only in the mathematics of a sphere Earth based on the rate of r. So in standard form, or standard refraction, it's 7/6 of the radius, or 7/6r. Also known as terrestrial refraction or atmospheric refraction. All based on r.
Yeah, but you will have some optical, let's say, because of temperature, because of moisture, because of humidity, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And how you will arrive to R if you have, I don't know, 80% humidity here and 30% humidity 100 miles away.
Good
and
question.
You have moisture here.
Yeah, good question. So you don't. They are two completely different and separate entities. So what you've just described is refraction. what I described with terrestrial refraction, standard refraction, and atmospheric refraction isn't what you've just described with light bending through the air. Light bending through sphere-shaped air at a rate of r is globe refraction and has absolutely nothing to do with refraction.
But they will speak about that, Nathan, if we have, I don't know, weather, blah, 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 and then you look, make observation, they will say, oh, but it was not clear day, it was full of something. How they will arrive to measurement if they don't know even if they know?
They didn't.
How
They didn't. It never happened. They have to have an OR measurement first. And they claim to not be able to see the geometric horizon to make this OR measurement. They never arrived at any measurement. It's a mathematical claim only. It's only ever a mathematical claim.
Right. Actual refraction is
Ryan,
negligible.
if I can explain.
Go ahead, Sasha.
If you have dropped, for example, and you have some kind of that kind of what I explained, the refraction, that means moisture, temperature, blah blah blah. That means if you have some kind of the data, I don't know, you have 80% of that, you will know how much drop you have because that kind of refraction is happening plus terrestrial refraction, blah blah blah. That will help you, you know.
No. Terrestrial refraction. Hang on, Sasha. Terrestrial refraction, also known as standard refraction, are the same thing. They don't happen. They are mathematical and they are based on a globe radius value that was never measured because they can't see the geometric horizon that the claim is there. All of their refraction claims, all of their terrestrial and standard refraction claims are based on a mathematical geometric horizon that doesn't exist. The fact that they have a mathematical geometric horizon is a complete contradiction, because geometric is an earth measurement. Mathematics is not an earth measurement. That's a calculation. So when they say standard or terrestrial refraction, it's a mathematical claim that's based on a mathematical horizon. None of it exists.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not mathematical. Show me a mathematical for terrestrial refraction. Show me a mathematical sphere-shaped air.
Can't have it. Can't be done.
But that's all mathematical. That's my point. It's a whole.
No, it's not mathematical.
Claim.
Show me the equation for sphere-shaped air.
He's got a point. He's saying they might say it might be in the language, but when you say it's in the maths, sphere-shaped air is in the maths, well, he's got a point, Brian. I'd never thought of this. It's a good point.
Right, it's just
okay, but you're kind of majoring on is that not majoring on the minors? I mean, what's wrong with
no, because that's what terrestrial refraction is.
Established. It's just assumed to be.
But hang on, Owen, please, hang on. So how would you describe it then?
No, I wouldn't describe it as anything. It's terrestrial refraction. Well, you're going to let me speak? Terrestrial refraction doesn't exist. It's not mathematical, because to have terrestrial refraction, you need two necessary antecedents, one of them being sphere-shaped air. So again, show the mathematical equation for sphere-shaped air.
Their refraction is based on a mathematical horizon, is it not? Their calculations.
Not theirs. They're mentally retarded.
So Andrew Thomas Young doesn't base his 7/6 standard terrestrial refraction on an OR value. That's mathematical only.
That's the other necessary antecedent, but I can just stop with the first one. Sphere-shaped air, curved air.
Yes, but you need to have an OR value to have any of this.
Yeah, that's the second one. I'll say it again. I'm not stopping there. I stopped at the first one, sphere-shaped air. The second one, you need the radius, but I didn't go there. Don't need to. I'm only dealing with the mathematical sphere-shaped air.
Right. Air qualities, details of the air aren't actually applied in the terrestrial refraction. It's only just assumed, right?
I see
air
what you were
quality
saying.
is not incorporated within the terrestrial refraction system. It's just assumed. That's it.
Their claim is mathematical. That's my point.
Their claim is, well, fucking retards can claim anything they want, but in actuality, there is no mathematics.
You're both right, because when they say it only exists in the maths, QE is saying no, it doesn't, but they say it does. So Brian's just quoting them.
Oh, okay.
No,
If he's
well,
just quoting them,
pathway,
then yes. But
the
in
light
actuality, then holy fucking shit. Yes, if he's quoting them saying that, then yeah, I've heard him say that. But in fact, that's actually not true unless they can show me the equation for sphere-shaped air. Right? Make sense?
It does make sense, but they're going to show you 7/6 R.
They can show me fucking peccadillos and friggin' flowers, and they can show me just about anything, right? But they're not going to demonstrate mathematics for sphere-shaped air.
I can't argue that they're going to be able to do that. I can't say that.
No.
Right? That they're going.
Of course you can.
But the point is that when they calculate this refraction they're claiming, right, it's only mathematical. That's what I'm saying to Sasha.
They're not calculating refraction is what I'm trying to tell you.
What they're claiming to be refraction. They're not calculating
Well, they're
anything.
claiming.
None of
So
it,
we're going by what they're claiming without substance.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's true.
It's the
You
can I-
can't calculate
please.
something that doesn't exist. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, dude. It's the light pathway. That's the 7/6 R. That's the thing they're presupposedly calculating. The actual air qualities are not involved at all within the calculation.
Right.
It's just assumed.
Correct. So it's a bait and switch.
But
It's a bait and switch scenario. So you walk into a Lamborghini dealer, and the Lamborghini dealer sits you down and starts telling you about the sensation that you will feel, the how it will go through your brain, how you'll experience the inertia as you put your foot down in the Lamborghini, right? Now he takes all the money off you, and then you've got this really beautifully presented key in a suitcase, and he shows you the key in the suitcase for the Lamborghini. You've seen the Lamborghini outside, and then he switches the suitcase for a key to a room, and you don't notice. You hand over your money, the transaction completes, he disappears. You go to the room that you think is the presentation room for your Lamborghini. You go in, and there's a simulator in there. And you go to the simulator, and you go, what the hell's this? You sit in the simulator, and you turn it on, and nothing happens. You've got a steering wheel, you've got a screen in front of you, but the computer's not turning on. And your phone rings, and the guy says, yeah, the cartridge, the program, the game will come later. You just got to imagine the sensations for now. And you're like, but I was expecting to actually drive away in a Lamborghini, like in something physical and real that would give me those physical sensations. He's like, no. I told you about how you would imagine those sensations. Yeah, and you will, but for now, we haven't actually got anything physical in reality or in a program that we can show you. There's no actual program, there's no demonstrator of a Lamborghini in this simulation. That doesn't exist either. So there's no maths for the Lamborghini to make it appear on screen like it's working in the game. Yeah, there's just literally nothing to base it on. And there's definitely no physical Lamborghini that you're going to be getting in the end of this. There's no physical light deviation in terrestrial refraction. Like the Lamborghini, there's nothing physical in it. And likewise, when you go to the simulator, because they're saying 7/6 hours, the equivalent of the simulator, there's no maths, there's no program in the simulator to make it run at all. I.e., there's no maths for the sphere-shaped air. So they bait and switch you. They tell you you're going to drive away in a Lamborghini. You end up sitting in a simulator with no program and no maths.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I totally get sorry for the air. I totally get what QE is saying. That there's nothing for them to calculate terrestrial refraction. That there's no sphere-shaped air or curved air for them to calculate in the first place.
Right. There's no Lamborghini driving in the simulator to calculate in your brain and try and imagine the forces, because it doesn't work. There's no computer program running, and there's no maths for sphere-shaped air. There's no computer program running for it to only exist in. There's not even that. It's pathetic.
We're exposing everything, huh? Keep it coming, baby.
But that's the line, right? The Andrew Thomas line. Didn't he say at the bottom of his citation? All the above discussion deals with plane surfaces, but the Earth isn't flat, right? But to do the refraction in a curved atmosphere, you have to take geometric considerations. Well, where the hell is the curved atmosphere? Where the hell is that at?
It doesn't exist. That's why he only got refraction from plane surfaces.
Yep.
Thank you.
Nathan, I got 2 slides of Master B that will highlight this with celestial navigation. Let me know when.
I've got a picture of blossom trees.
No, it's the last 2 you have.
David Birch.
Yes. Okay. This is refraction in celestial navigation. Still an issue after all these years. Go to the next slide. Refraction of light as it enters the atmosphere is still one of the largest uncertainties in celestial navigation. When starlight leaves the vacuum of outer space and enters the atmosphere, it bends down a small amount depending on how high the star is in the sky. This happens because the light is slowed down in the gas of the atmosphere. See refraction in async. Thus, with our sextants, we always measure a star height that is slightly too high. A starlight from stars some 30 degrees above the horizon will bend only some 1 to 2 minutes, if uncorrected, yielding an error of some 1 to 2 nautical miles. But at lower angles, the correction can be twice that or more. At higher angles, it is less, being only half a mile or so at 60 degrees, and 0 by definition for stars overhead. So no mention of 7/6R, no mention. In fact, he puts in their angle. So there you have it. The minute you say angle, you got a flat plane.
Perfect. Perfect. Very good. Fun show today.
Outstanding.
Yeah, I like arguing about the geometric horizon and how it's refracted when I don't know the definition of a geometric horizon that's refracted. It's ridiculous.
I have a really dumb question to ask.
Sure it isn't, but go ahead.
All right, so and this is just all hypothetical. Don't bash me for this, okay? So the space station, right? They have a cabin air pressure, okay? Probably similar to what we have on Earth, since that's what their bodies are used to. So if we have a helium balloon inside the cabin, will the balloon still go up?
Can I answer this?
Let me clarify the question. Yeah. In Narnia, in a spaceship in Narnia, will balloons go up in the...
I said don't bash me. I said don't bash me. Yes, I know. It's a fallacy. Yes, I know. But I'm just saying for a pressurized cabin in the free fall of Narnia, yes, will the balloon still go up inside that pressurized air cabin?
According to their mechanics, no. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. This is kind of an answer. It's kind of a secondary answer to gas pressure without a container. Do you know what jet lag is? I'm sure you do.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Jet lag happens because inside a commercial airliner, they can only have 11 to 12 psi within the cabin. And the reason for that is because when they're flying at 5 and 6 miles up, the air pressure is so low in comparison to the internal pressure, they can't have our sea level 14.7 because it causes structural damage because the higher pressure wants to get out to the lower. So they need to bring down the pressure in the cabin, but still keep it above a point where everyone will go unconscious. So they have it at 11 or 12 psi, not 14.7. So that's why you get jet lag, right? That's why you get headaches and all these. It's because the pressure inside the cabin is less than you're normally used to. If you went up higher than that, let's say it went up 10 miles. Now, what would be the difference in pressure 10 miles up in comparison to 5? Huge difference. So you couldn't have even 11 or 12. You could maybe have 6 or 7 if you were lucky, PSI. And at that point, everyone would be unconscious. So
right. So if there was a space station in Narnia with these people in it,
these people would just like be constantly fatigued all the time, right?
No, they'd be constantly dead because it wouldn't happen. Because there'd be no way to keep any pressure in there because the outside pressure would be so different to the internal pressure. They couldn't bring down the internal pressure low enough to live in or to exist in and hold it in there in comparison to the outside pressure. It would never happen. The pressure would be just never happen. For their fantasy to even be a fantasy, they can't even have a vacuum. That's, if we want to talk about their fantasy.
Yeah, to be talking about it, we'd all be dead. So what you're saying is there's been a penis rocket launched up into an area of lower pressure that the gas we're breathing isn't filling. Well, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. The gas we breathe would fill that space. If a tin can travel into that area, the gas, any gas that's moving in that direction, will keep moving until it collides with something. So all of the gas, that would be every single bit of it, would vacate into that area. We'd all be dead.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. No, I'm just because for debate purposes, I'm talking with somebody and they're asking me, oh, if a helium balloon was introduced in the space station, would it still go up to the ceiling? And I kind of got stumped because the cabin pressure is still there with the air, so I'm still thinking relative density inside its self-contained unit, even though, but we're still talking about Narnia in the first place. So now that
you see how he
explains
put
the pressure,
you in a situation. See
oh
how he
yeah,
put you
no,
in a
absolutely.
completely
And I've
false
already made the
situation.
disclaimer that I know that it's Narnia, and it's yeah. I got into the
No,
semantics
I get
of
it, but
space,
to the guy, my first question would be like, well, what space station? What are you talking about? I
want to ask Brian. Brian, are you saying that the people, astronauts in ISS, should to have low pressure than they have because of that 10 to minus 17 hour?
Sorry, Sasha, ask me that again. Sorry, hang on, Arwen. 1 second. There's no Sasha, ask me that again. I missed it.
Are you saying that the pressure on ISS should to be lower because of that outside pressure?
Well, it would have to be like the pressure inside the ISS would have to be probably 10 to the 10 negative torr or 10 to the 10 minus torr, something like that, to have anything in there in relation to the outside pressure. I don't know. You'd have to do a mathematical. You have to take in all the materials that they claim to use and all that.
But when it comes to pressure, Sasha, it's the differential that you're concerned with. Yeah. So what Brian's saying is,
I understand. This is incredible what he's saying to me. Even this is like, oh my God, they need to have they need to be all the time in the suite, in the there how to protect the inside of.
Yeah, but to be fair though, the ISS is not designed like an airplane, which is supposed to be moving through air pressure. I would compare it more to, or what it should be, like a gas tank with very strong walls specifically designed to keep the pressure in. So it should be able to handle more inside pressure because it's not built like an airplane.
Nothing to do with it. That had no bearing on it whatsoever.
Didn't QE cover this with the Sandusky story with the vacuum chamber NASA has with the 8-foot walls with steel rebar, and that's what 10 to the minus 6 supposedly, something like that. So I could only think of that railroad car tank that a small vacuum was taking the air out of it, and it just collapsed on itself, and that was at 14.7.
Yeah, but that's the other way around. That's the vacuum inside and the pressure outside.
Hang on. Let one person at a time talk. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you're falling for the trick. Right, I'm going to have to go on to mute now in a minute because I'm going to be driving. You're falling for the trick. Airplanes fly 5 to 6 miles up. They have to have 11 or 12 psi because they can't have 14.7 due to the pressure differential. So if the airplane flew at 10 miles up, what would the pressure have to be, the internal pressure be then? Because the external pressure is going to be obviously a lot lower. So what they're claiming, right, the ISS claim, right, besides the fact that it's destroyed by gas pressure without a container, their actual claim right, is destroyed by the fact, is secondarily destroyed by the fact that nobody inside that ISS could be in any pressure that would allow them to exist.
I got
Because
that.
the pressure would have to be so low. So
No,
that's
I
all
got
that
that.
matters.
No, I got that. Well, you can say it many different ways, but it's all leading to the same thing. It's an impossibility.
Yeah. But the thing about the Sandusky thing is there's a claim that was also designed to test nuclear weapons in. So that's where they cover the 6 feet of concrete thing. So that's the thing about that, to try and cover it. But it's about the vacuum. It's about the vacuum, but they hide it.
Well, you said
you
said in your first description that the airplane structure, the way it's designed and built with the aluminum and titanium and whatever parts that go into an airplane at 5-6 miles up, it would collapse if it was any higher, or if you put the cabin pressure to 14.7 psi, it's gonna do something to the structure. So obviously, to have a vacuum, you got to have a container, and if you're going to have a vacuum on Earth, and the Sandusky is what we saw with the 8-foot walls, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, what, each door weighs 6 million pounds? I mean, this is ridiculous stuff. So the whole point is, you might get away a little bit longer, but when you're up there at 10 to the minus 17 torr, you're not even alive. What the heck are you talking about showing us film of people with gorilla suits and playing guitar?
No, you can't. You can't have any existing any pressure inside what would be that in 10 to the minus 17 torr. It would be absolute, and even way lower, even way higher pressures than that. It would be impossible to have any kind of pressure internally in something that would allow someone to exist inside it, unless it was made of like 20 foot deep of gold or something like that.
No, that's absolutely not true. I want to get in here because you're all ignoring me. You're all ignoring me. It's wrong. We're talking about architecture of tanks, right? Tanks are designed to hold the pressure inside, not to withstand pressure from the outside. That's why that train wagon imploded, because it's not designed to handle that pressure. If it was the other way around, the vacuum was on the outside and the pressure on the inside, that's different. And we would have to assume that the virtual idea, can I finish, of the ISS was designed as a gas pressure tanker. Otherwise, it makes no damn sense. And an airplane is a different thing. It's designed to be different. It's not designed as a gas tanker. It's designed to be aerodynamic and light, and going through air pressure. Can I finish? Jesus! It's a bunch of rambling. I'm done with this.
Well, you're taking a long time, Arwen. Finish up.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to finish up if you rumpus through me all the time.
I was listening. I'm
No,
just
actually,
saying.
yeah, actually,
They're
I
talking
just looked
about
up
pressure
online.
on the outside. You're talking about how it's pressure on the inside. You're the one who's in the area that no one cares about. Sorry.
No one cares about facts, about architectural facts. Okay. Well, that's not my crowd then. I only deal with people that care about
Actually, I just
architectural
looked
facts.
up atmospheric pressure chart for airplanes, and he was right that the higher you go, the less psi that they have. So even if they were in space, the pressure would be so low that it wouldn't even be possible. Those astronauts would be dead.
If it was designed like an airplane, yeah, but it's not, even though it's not real at all. If it would be real, it wouldn't be designed like an airplane to go through air, withstand aerodynamics and pressure from the outside. It would be designed like a gas tank to keep as much pressure inside as possible.
Well, if y'all are going to talk about, if y'all are going to talk about Narnia, why do we look? You got to meet ridiculous.
Wait, I got it. I got it. He's wrong. What happens when you have an extreme pressure change?
Hold on. I know
what happens when you have an extreme pressure? So the higher, when these astronauts are going to space, they need to lower the pressure. They need to lower the pressure, and then once they're in space, they need to rapidly inflate the pressure.
Who is this?
I don't know, but why are you just talking? Did you not hear Eli was in the middle of a sentence? Are you all right?
Blame it on the leg.
No, I'm not gonna blame it on the loud. That was rude because he heard me talking and he kept saying me. So anyway, why not just meet ridiculous with ridiculous? So what's his name? McCandless. Now I don't know what the pressure is over there where the moon is in their paradigm.
Break it up and roll
But
button.
just
Eli, your mic isn't doing too great either right now.
All right, well, can I say what I was trying to say? Because you're all wrong.
No, you gotta wait. He'll be right back. Just wait.
He just came back. Yeah, you're better now. Go ahead.
Eli just dropped
Yeah.
and he's back now. So if I can get to the end of his words, then Neil needs to tell you how rude it is to interrupt.
Yeah. So Bruce McCandless supposedly somewhere over there where the moon is in their religious belief in a space vacuum, somewhere over there, right? He didn't land on the moon with everyone else, right? He was orbiting around the moon somewhere up there, wherever that pressure is. How the hell do you do that in a spacesuit?
I've got to agree with Arwen on this one, right? Now we know it's not real, but if it was real, it would have the best damn spacesuits ever working in it. Isn't that right, Arwen?
Spacesuits? No, I was just talking about the architecture of the space station, which kind of is like a bunch of gas tank modules connected.
Sure. Hold that thought. So
spacesuits is a whole nother deal. I can't justify
just think of it
that.
as the architecture of spacesuits. It doesn't matter if it's spacesuits or sky penises. It doesn't matter.
Right.
The architecture, if it was the architecture for a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, it would be the best damn penis tube or spacesuit there could possibly be. It wouldn't work in the same crude way aeroplanes work. It would be far more complicated and beyond your wildest imagination, only in the capabilities of the greatest engineers in NASA. Isn't that the case, Arwen? I'm agreeing with you.
Yes. Supposed spacecraft do not have to account for the pressure of going through air like aircraft because they're supposedly moving in a vacuum. So they have no issues with aerodynamic pressure from the outside compromising the structural integrity.
There you go.
Only upon re-entry.
No, everyone listen. You're not paying attention to everyone. Hello. You're not listening to Arwen. What Arwen's basically saying is take the defeat of the argument in the scenario, that is to say there'd be too big a pressure differential, and then take that, repackage it as the argument for why it would work. So you say, because, look, there's a massive pressure differential up there. It's basically 10 to the minus 17 to a vacuum. Therefore, they don't have to worry about it in the same way we do. Right, Arwen?
No, that's not what I said at all, but that's fine. You can be funny about it if you like.
I'm not being funny. I'm saying that their explanation can be anything they like.
Completely missing the point.
They can say anything they want. Now, what Brian's doing, he's saying...
as sloppy or as well.
I'm just going to summarise it, otherwise we'll be here all day. Right, Brian's saying, based on the mechanics and engineering that we know about, as you go higher, the ship wouldn't be able to cope with the difference in pressure, i.e., the lower the pressure outside, the lower the pressure has to be inside, because the difference is bigger as you go up in height. That would cause too much stress. The only way to counter that with the current technology is to decrease the pressure, as demonstrated by a plane at cruising altitude. 30,000 odd feet, they're only pressurizing to 11 psi beyond what we have if you had nothing, i.e. what was outside, right? So that's all they do. They keep the difference lower to keep the stress on the craft lower. Now, if they went higher, at the exact same pressure inside the craft, the stress would be greater. That's what Brian's explaining, based on what he knows in terms of what we actually experience in reality. We've all been on planes. Now, when you go through the wardrobe, things are different. The physics of Narnia aren't the same as the physics of aircraft. Therefore, the stresses that you're going to be undergoing are much more akin to the stresses that you'd experience at ground level with a limited differential, with pressure pressing out against a cylinder. That's more comparable. That means I negate completely the the differential that Brian was explaining that they have to negate when they go up in aircraft, because suddenly I'm in Narnia, and in Narnia the sky vacuum isn't a concern with the amount of pressure on the outside anymore. Therefore, you don't have to worry about it so much. You can just achieve 14.7 without any problem. Turn the worst part of the defeat into the best part of your explanation for how it works.
You are correct. Can I address it, though, without being interrupted? That would be great. Yes?
Neil, is that all right?
Yes. No, Neil's not the issue. It's just everybody else jumping in. And I get it, right? Because this is all fictional. But, look, airplanes are supposedly subjected to gravity, relative density, right? They have to stay afloat because of the lift of the air, while at the same time enduring structural pressure from the aerodynamics of all that air they have to move through. A spaceship is not subjected to this system according to the cosmology physics, because up there is no air pressure and there is no gravity, so they have no need to have this structural system to keep themselves afloat using the air pressure to lift them. That's why it can instead be designed purely as a gas pressure containment system and not, because a plane wouldn't work. They can't combine it. They can't and stay afloat and keep that amount of pressure in there. But because the gravity is gone, they don't have that issue anymore, and they can focus on containment design. That was
what I told you about the airplanes had absolutely nothing to do with gravity, absolutely nothing to do with movement. It's pressure differential. That's what it's about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not addressing that.
I have a question.
I'm talking about overall design of the airplane and what it's supposed to be functioning with. That's what I'm talking about.
So I do see a slight difference.
But you said it was fiction.
But I think his argument is sound, like, because there's a difference between. Well, no, wait a minute. No. The air pressure is less the higher up you go. That's why they decrease the air pressure. So maybe Brian's right, because if you were to go even higher, you would have to decrease the pressure inside even more to a point that humans wouldn't be able to breathe.
If you use the standard airplane design, yes.
But if we go to your made-up story, it works.
Well, if it wouldn't have to be designed like an airplane, because it doesn't deal with gravity and doesn't have to stay afloat on that air, then it can be designed completely different, not like an airplane. That's
so
my
nothing to do.
argument.
What is the ISS claimed to be made of, Arwen?
Well, this is supposedly space physics, right? There's no more gravity, so it doesn't have to stay. It doesn't have to create the lift anymore like an airplane, because it's not.
What is the ISS claimed to be made of? What I talked about was pressure differential. What's the ISS claimed to be made of, and how can you support your claim?
What? I'm talking. This is purely theoretical. I don't know the design of the ISS.
Well,
I'm simply assuming it's designed to be different.
Yeah, well, you're making claims then based on absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's a fictional claim, I know, but it's still consistent with architecture.
You don't understand the pressure.
That's what I was discussing.
Yeah, because
no, I'm not wrong.
You're
not wrong,
if you think so. I'm not wrong.
When you're not wrong, you just introduced a red herring that no one else is trying to address, because it wasn't about the structure. It was about the pressure differential.
Yes.
It's not about whether the craft can sustain it. It's actually about what the pressure would need to be. And at that height, it would have to be at a differential that would kill the human being inside. That's the point.
Yes, if they were going in an airplane design, you're absolutely correct. Yes, but it isn't an airplane design. That was my point.
They would have to start out with that pressure, though, because as they're going through our atmosphere, hypothetical red herring, they're going through our atmosphere, they'd have to constantly decrease pressure And then once they're in space, they would have to hyperinflate that cabin to bring them to the proper pressure. And once you have a pressure differential change like that, it would explode immediately.
That depends on the speed you're going to do it with.
I brought structure into it, and the reason I brought structure into it is because that's the official claim from airlines and aerospace, that the structure of the internal structure, the whole structure, the structure, I should say, of that airliner, right, starts to be compromised by that pressure differential if they use 14.7. That's the point. It doesn't matter what you use, right? No matter what you claim to use, pressure. If the internal pressure is too high and it needs to be a certain height for people to be alive inside, right? If that internal pressure is not high enough for existence, which it couldn't be regardless of what you use, right? In 10 to the minus 17 torr, then there is no way anyone could exist inside of it. It doesn't.
Is what
it does.
Hold on. Is what you're saying, Brian, that
inside.
Hold on.
No one can survive.
Hold on. Are you suggesting that what they're using up in Narnia Sky Vacuum Land is the unobtainium they got from the moon landings that they didn't tell us about, and they're using special materials? Is that what you're saying, Brian?
I'm saying no matter what they use, they could.
You're breaking up, Brian.
It's impossible. Sorry. What I'm saying, can you hear me okay now? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what I'm saying is no matter what material they use, they could not maintain.
You're roboting again.
And we lost you.
Yep.
Must be those tunnels, man.
No matter what material you use, it can't work. But it's wrong, though. It's wrong. Because
I'm back there.
Airplanes can't use heavy materials. They can't be designed to be a pressure container like that because they have to save on weight because they have to stay afloat. That's the difference. If you're going to assume the ISS is exactly like an airplane design, then it couldn't work.
Give it a break, Baldwin. You already said it's not real.
Okay.
Go on, Brian.
You're making claims concerning materials, and I'm making claims concerning materials. Yeah, he's making claims concerning materials. I asked him what was the ISS claim to be made out of, and he gave me absolutely nothing.
It's not going to be made with airplane components. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's talking about movement and gravity and all this other nonsense. Nothing to do with the claim from the airlines. The claim from the airlines is about pressure differential. You can make it out of anything you want. You will not have an internal pressure where anyone can survive in 10 to the minus 17 torr. End of story. Well, you're incorrect. If you use a giant, very heavy, strong tanker, then you could, right? But you couldn't use that for an airplane because it would be too heavy. That's the point. That's my point.
No, you couldn't, regardless of what you made it out of. It's not going to be able to survive it. End of story. No one inside could exist because the internal pressure would have to be too low.
No, it doesn't. If it's specifically designed to handle super high pressure in relation to the outside, then they could. Just like a gas tanker can withstand a lot of pressure on the inside.
Okay, Arwen, do they have the same do they have the same pressure at liftoff as they do once they enter space, or are they decreasing or increasing pressure?
No, you mean Narnia? They would be all open up. They would be subjected to the vacuum of space, and then in space they would get slowly pressurized. They would close it off, and then they would slowly pressurize it up until it is like breathable.
They would probably pass out before that.
Hold on. What Owen's describing is like they would do if you were lowering somebody into the depths, right? You slowly increase the pressure. And likewise, when you're coming back out, you have to slowly decrease the pressure or you'll get the bends.
Yes. If they did it too fast, it would blow up. Absolutely. But if you just slowly increase the pressure and it's meant to be like a gas tank, which you also slowly fill up, you don't just squirt the entire content of a gas tanker in a tank. It would explode. You slowly fill it up, and then it can handle the giant pressure differential.
So you would have to get your acceleration and everything through the atmosphere just right before actually entering space or Narnia.
Yeah, but can you do that from water to space? Like it's okay?
Space isn't real, Neil. What are you talking about?
This is all purely
Exactly.
theoretical.
How the hell do you know?
Arwen is being Baldwin and having everyone as a toy right now.
Exactly.
It's
this is the biggest win Arwen's had in ages.
Correct, that's all.
Hold on, everyone, calm down a sec. So what 10th Man's just said is strictly accurate. So Arwen has got everybody on his little strings at the moment. Because the whole purpose of this, and Arwen knows full well this, so he's not. That's why he's not even come off mute to interrupt this. What you've got to do is you've got to get around the fact that space isn't real. There he is. Go on, Arwen.
No,
I've been trying.
Just hold on. Let me just
summarize
summarize
but this was a joke.
I know it's a joke, but which is where you win as Baldwin. You don't. Yeah, we could call it that. I'm glad you see it as a joke. Actually, that's a lot. That's a lot of relief for me. I know how your mental state is now. You see, this is just a bit of entertainment. Good. Thank God. The dark side isn't getting to you then, Arwen. Anyway, I'm going to summarize the point.
No
Anyway,
more William Shatner drops.
a third attempt, right? So the whole point of this is to get somebody to beg the question of space. Assume Narnia's real, so we can discuss how slow the gas lamp burns, how long the footprints last, how much time dilation will affect you when you go back through the wardrobe. Assuming Narnia's real, we can discuss the physics of time dilation in Narnia, i.e. the effect of being the same age when you went back through the wardrobe. You can discuss that so long as everybody who's discussing it assumes Narnia is real. Likewise, if we assume space is real, and I'm going to use a totally different example to parallel with this, Arwen, just so it doesn't trigger you, which it may. If you assume that space is real, you can argue all day about whether a rocket would work in it. Will a rocket work in space? Can it push off anything if there's nothing to push? Yeah, assuming that there's a sky vacuum not in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and that we wouldn't all be dead and we can discuss it without the gas we're breathing filling that area, then can rockets push off a non-thing? Yeah, got to get them to beg the question of space and then discuss about whether or not things will work in the area that isn't real. And that's what Arwen's got everyone dancing to at the moment. Kudos to Arwen, that's his thing.
Well, it's just like asking or discussing, having a debate about whether it is physically possible for A-team members to actually kill somebody with a gunshot, right?
No, it's before the watershed.
Well, there you. But the point is, you can, if you just understand the rules of the cosmology, whether it is real or whether it is sci-fi, right? And this is just sci-fi, and I like to be technically correct with these things, because otherwise it makes flat earthers look stupid to those that actually believe it's real. That's my point.
It's heliocentric law, not L-A-W. Is it L-O-R-E? When you're talking about, like, Dungeons and Dragons lore or He-Man lore.
Oh, lore.
Yeah.
With an R. Yeah, it is lore. It is indeed.
Right, so we're talking about heliocentric lore. And Arwen's fastidious when it comes to heliocentric lore. You know? And sometimes we have to discuss stuff that's, let's get this terminology right, non-canon. That's anti-flat earth, for those of you who aren't into this new jargon that we're coming up with right now. So, stuff that's non-canon. So when they're talking about Star Wars and they talk about some obscure comic book that was written by somebody that's part of the story but isn't officially part of the story, that's non-canon. Canon, put out by Disney, therefore official. Well, non-canon, anti-flat earth. We have to deal with non-canon material often. But Baldwin, is more keen to make sure that the canon is correct. The law of heliocentrism is laid down in the way it should be. And in the bullshit, spacecraft are different. Right, Arwen?
Yeah, well, they would have to be.
No,
You're totally
arguing that, are you, Arwen? I thought you were arguing a different point, that it would be possible, even if we put a gas cylinder filled at some of those PSIs I showed you, you could stick it in the vacuum chamber, it'd still hold its integrity. I don't disagree with that point. I think that would seem. I just looked at the pressure differentials there, and your standard little cylinder can take up to 375 PSI in there. So
If you can take that with 14.5 on the outside, it would seem logical that it would be able to take a tolerance with 0 on the outside and 14 in the inside. The tensile of the cylinder would seem capable of those differentials. Some of them, it says scuba tanks go up to 3,000 psi in their little airlock.
Right, but it is like the circular architecture that makes that arrangement possible, because if you would reverse the pressures on the inside and the outside, it would immediately crush, because circle, like that shape, can't withstand pressure from the outside. It's designed to pull, to stretch it apart in perfect circular division, everything that's on the inside. It's meant to withstand the pressure from the inside. That's what such a tanker is built for. If you do it the other way around, it will immediately crush, because it can't do that. And that was my point.
If we don't finish this right away, I think I'm going to die of acute hypoxia.
Oh dear.
Good one. That was a good one.
Terrible way to go. On the other hand, possibly one of the nicest ways to go, because you feel like you're drunk. And then you just go unconscious. And then you die.
I heard that freezing is the best way to go.
That's cold, Arwen. I think
is.
You just validated Brian's point, Nathan. Thank you.
Well, also, if they don't get the pressures correct at any altitude or at a very higher altitude, say 80,000 feet, the blood will boil. They'll die before they even get there.
I don't know about that. I think we've gone that high. In reality, I mean.
Well, Payne Stewart, who was a golfer, his jet was supposed to be no more than 45,000 feet, and I think it was just a bit higher than that. And everyone was unconscious. The jets came there, looked through the window, it was still flying on autopilot. It was a tragedy, and they saw that the inside windows were all fogged up, condensation, I guess, or freezing, and lack of oxygen. The air pressure gave out. Something happened there, and then it crashed, and they died.
Got Mitchell from Australia comment up, I believe. Adam?
Yeah, I just come across it there. It seems he's stopping doing flat earth school for a bit. Sad.
What's it say? Do you want to read it?
Yes, I'll just read it out. Thank you so much to everyone who supported me and Flat Earth School over the last 3 months. From just giving a thumbs up, sharing and commenting to the triggered trolls who desperately try to gain back their globe religion. You're all part of the huge success of Flat Earth School. I'd especially like to express my appreciation to my awesome patrons and regular super chatters. You guys and girls are generous beyond what I deserve. Regrettably, Flat Earth School live streams must take a break for a while I focus on my personal life. I started these streams not only to share truth about our world, but to support my family financially, which was an overwhelming success. But anyone who runs a full-time YouTube channel knows how difficult it is to find the balance between producing quality content and ensuring enough time is spent focused on what's really important in life. In my case, it's my wife and 5 children. Although I enjoy the tireless hours of research, uncovering and sharing the true nature of our world each and every day, I enjoy dedicating that time to homeschooling and spending quality time with my family more. Flat Earth School live streams will be back bigger and better in 2022. If you feel like the world turns on you, turn to Flat Earth School. It's around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. Get out there and learn from the best teacher possible. Stay happy.
Amazing, Mitchell.
I don't think he's disappearing
Amazing. You
permanently.
did more than enough.
Just taking a break by the sounds of things, which is very, very wise, because what he's done is he's burnt the candle at both ends to get the channel established, build an audience, and that takes, like he said, to build a channel from nothing, which he wasn't a nothing channel, he had some followers, takes a fair amount of effort, and you can't do that indefinitely. You end up like Arwen.
No, thanks. Yeah, but you do. You're right.
So you've got to take a break, and
I'm just
you know,
I'm just
for
neurotic.
doing
I
it,
can't stop.
for doing this, for having a break, for not continually doing it non-stop, he'll come back with fresh new ideas, and you know, don't mourn Mitch like he's gone and not forgotten. It's just he knows his limits, and having burnt the candle at both ends to build the channel, he's very wise to take a break at this point. Very, very wise.
Yeah. Congrats to Mitchell on your success. I don't see this as anything other than the end of a season. I can't wait to see you next season, brother. And until then, good luck to you and your family, brother. We're here.
Yeah, enjoy Christmas. With the wife and 5 kids. That's going to be a busy Christmas. So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
And as you say, we all enjoyed the first season of Flat Earth School. Been epic, and he's put a lot of effort in. He's now got a crowd, so that when he returns, we'll all be waiting with bated breath for him to get here, and we'll all tune in. So you know, that's as a testament to how much he's built the channel and how hard he's worked to do so in this first season, if you want to call it that.
Let's call it a trimester, since it is a school.
Yeah, why not? He's got to play on it though, hasn't he, Arwin? He's saying that it's the Flat Earth School, as in the school is where you are. You are in the Flat Earth School all the time.
Yeah. I'm actually, on a personal level, I'm a bit relieved because he does mind-blowing work. Like, he has such good visuals. I'm just staring at the screen jealous a lot of the time during his shows. But on the other hand, he's just a really great guy, and we're all very lucky to have him on our side. He's smart and he has heart, and that's like a really good combo.
To be perfectly honest, if he'd have carried on at the standard that he was at indefinitely, I'd have started to hate him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hinting at. No, but I would never hate him. But I would always be like, damn it, Mitchell, why you always have to be so damn good? You're making us all look bad. Like Hot Fuzz, right?
But let me mention that this is exactly what Nathan has wanted from us, to take the information from, being here in this community, in this brotherhood. I know you hated that I put that in there. But ultimately, he wants us to create channels, grow our own channels, and do our own thing to get the word out, to get the let out. Like, he said that from the beginning. And I appreciate you too for that, Nathan. Thank you for letting me on this platform. I don't have a damn thing. I do have a YouTube channel, but it doesn't have anything to do with this. This is the place where I come to belong, to be honest.
Hear that? Eli's got a YouTube channel. Get him, trolls, get him.
Don't say it now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, man, we need more lightning rods. We need more lightning rods. The storm is brewing more heavy. The double speak is thickening.
Continue, Owen.
I just want to say that
I was just talking about the ballers.
I know, but it sounded like you had a good poetry line going there.
Brian wanted to say something. Go.
Yeah, just about Mitchell. No, I just want to say, I know you want to move on, that nobody gets the ballers to say more ridiculous things than Mitchell. If you look back on his debates, he gets the most ridiculous, most laughable claims from the ballers always came while he was debating them. If you look at the top 5 most ridiculous things within a debate, I'd say the top, at least 3 of them are from his debates.
But at best, you've disproved
Good
the
point.
value.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at that hand in front of your face. Man, was that epic. It's not really there.
I say again, it's not dead. This isn't his eulogy.
I'll miss him. I really will. It's been.
We will make a monument so you can lay your appreciation letters there.
I will have to say
good
though,
shows,
Mitch has been like a brother to me.
with good shows, there's always like a season review, and that's all we're doing. Or call it a trimester review. I do like that.
That's right. If we think of it as like a season review rather than like a eulogy. And now, a moment of silence and prayer.
I'm just remembering the good times.
All righty then.
Did the show end?
No, I'm passing the super chat bowl round while the Gregorian chants go on.
That's a good point. We should look who's talking. I never donate to anybody, but yeah, I think that Mitchell definitely does deserve the financial support. I don't know how well it was going, but he definitely makes a lot of work for it. So I hope he gets plenty of support because he definitely deserves it.
Radius Dominus Gravatus Spiritus Sanctus Arwin.
I had to step away. I'm back. I want to comment on Mitchell. Mitchell's done such great work and has been so integral to the sextant trap. I think he's brought enough damage on the globe where he could take 5 years off and not miss a beat.
And now a word from Brother
Wait a
Neil.
second.
Don't give him any ideas.
Hold on, wait. Mitchell's taking a break? What happened? I missed it.
He got eaten by
He's taking
Stingray.
it 3 months.
It's very tragic, Neil.
Yeah, he had to get busy with the family or something. He was just...
Oh, okay, not because you're stressed like Zinda, right?
No,
well,
Stingray.
maybe.
Stingray ate him.
Nathan, can you be serious for just once, please?
Zinda, is that at Masto too? Anyway.
Yeah, I think it is.
4
Zinder
more
is
hours.
headmaster. Yeah.
What about Ed Masto besides the fact that he's a retard?
Well, it's worse. It's worse than he's desperate for it not to be a flat level playing. He's really every time someone's jocking on the globe, whether it be rockets that are and that's not even the globe, right? But anything that has to do with the paradigm, rockets or celestial navigation, he gets really worked up, doesn't he? He gets really upset. I'm worried for the guy.
Yeah, flat earthers do tend to trigger a whole bunch of people out there. They just can't handle having their paradigm on which they lean so much. They can't have it questioned. They just get pissed off immediately.
It's not necessarily flat earthers, it's reality. And flat earthers are just pointing out reality. Reality is destroying their make-believe world that they positioned on all these lies. And so you take that cornerstone of their life away, the whole building's going to come down.
Yeah, but 10th Man, to be fair, Flat Earth is kind of a special case in this case because you have so many different type of issues out there, paradigms that are being broken and all that, medical situations, right? And there are people that are totally onto that and they're like, yeah, it's all fake. But then you say, but the Earth is flat? And they go, no, anything but that. And that kind of does persist out there. And that's Flat Earth is unique in that, right? There's no other subject in which so many people get so triggered, even though they're very much awake about everything else. That's really a Flat Earth thing.
On a slightly...
I'll comment on that.
Well, on a slightly different subject, obviously totally unrelated to what Arwin's just said. Did you notice that Neil deGrasse Tyson had a little chit-chat about the Omicron variant? Anybody notice that?
I did.
Oh, God. Did he?
Well, I noticed that you were saying that these two things weren't connected. These unrelated things that I'm not connecting together with this particular segue.
I was just comparing other paradigms broken, people being very much on point with that. But if you then mention flat Earth, they'll still, they won't snap out of it, even though so many other things can be snapped out of. And it's even kind of trending right now out there. But
Sure,
flat Earth?
But I'm just saying, Arwin.
Not flat Earth.
I'm saying hypothetically, if there was, in a hypothetical scenario only, nothing to do with any situation that's currently befalling anybody in the Western world. Okay, just to get that absolutely clear. Hypothetically, if there was a series of events that led people to believe that certain groups of people were lying to them, and those groups of people happen to also be talking about sky vacuums in violations of natural law, do you not think they might just put two and two together? Maybe, maybe not. What do you say, Arwin?
I say no. And you know why I say that? Because I said no. In the past, hold on, I want to elaborate. I'll keep it as short as possible. But in the past, before I figured out flat Earth, I knew NASA was lying. I knew NASA. And what did I think? Believing in the globe, believing it was real. I was believing that they were actively trying to discourage everybody from being interested by shoveling bullshit so they could claim the whole thing to themselves and do whatever they want in secret because nobody would be interested. That's what I believed as a glober. So yeah, absolutely is that a possibility in my
I mean, you had your own alternative, non-canon stuff going. I suppose that's the whole point, isn't it? To create your own non-canon bullshit in your own mind to square the circle of the doublespeak they give you. So yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why I'm questioning that. Yeah, of course you made up your own narrative.
Yeah, but you do, right? It's too painful. There's nobody else to fall back on, to step with and be like, them, right? No, you're on your own once you figure it out that they're faking it. And then you're going to be like, they are bad men because they make space look bad, even though I believe it's real. And that's what they want.
Right? Because
one day.
All right, real quick. Sorry, Ted. And please don't make me the last person because Ted wants to go out.
Go on, Eli. Go.
Go, Eli. Go. Mike's all yours.
Who had a debate last night? What's his name? The guy with the Dave Weiss. He had a debate with the guy. Come to find out, the guy was double speaking because he did ultimately go back to saying it was a globe on the surface. But prior to that, he wanted to denounce NASA. He said, I don't have anything to do with that. Stop attributing a globe to NASA, probably because he wanted it to be attributed to, ancient civilizations who come up with the fact that it was a globe. It has nothing to do with NASA or their wizardry or their pictures. And he said, it's likely an egg or something like this. And then Dave is like, but the earth itself is flat. He's like, it's not flat. And he's like describing water that's flat, but then putting a bowl on top of it. So Dave is like, wait. We live on a plane. He's like, okay, that may very well be true, but the entire thing isn't flat. So you can't say it isn't flat because the entire thing, what we're like what encompasses us, it could be an egg or maybe in oblate shape or something like this. And I was like, where do these people make this stuff up? Like it's insane. Like if it's not NASA, they just make up their own stuff, but it's still a globe at the end of the day.
Okay.
It's a globe because it looks so flat.
Based on the last statement of Arwin, I want to pick up from there, and I can barely remember what it was, other than I'll just start talking. So when people find out reality, and it's different than what they've been taught, it scares them. So this is why the Ed Masto character is, nervous at the moment, because he needs the world to be a globe, because if that cornerstone goes down, his whole world falls apart. And I don't know what his world is, but it would start falling apart. So we got 9/11. We got governments that lie, and their entities like NASA and other parts of government that lie. We got media that lies. We got the medical community now divided. Half of them lying, the other half saying, don't do this. And we got the education system that is teaching lies under the guise of scholarships and degrees and masters. And so when you start realizing, wait a minute, if that's a lie and that's a lie and that's a lie, what other things are lies? And the person who gets to that point either investigates and tries to line up with reality as soon as possible so they could have a good life, or they keep the TV on and let the programming continue. The deceptions are everywhere, and it's reality versus the matrix. So it's your choice. Do you want reality? Start investigating. Scientific method is a good place to start if you want to do something here on Earth that you can put your hands on. And look to God, because God will never lie. Start praying.
Back to the Morpheus.
Remember, sorry.
That's okay. I was just going to say it's the Morpheus discussion when he's in the Matrix. So he's plugged Neo back in, and he explains to him that everybody in here is hopelessly immersed in the Matrix, and they don't want to be unplugged. They'll fight to protect it, in fact. And this is the same with the Zinda character, as we've decided to use him in this example. This is somebody who's gone away with too much pain and stress of arguing all day about flat Earth and globe Earth. Well, that particular person's fighting to stay in the Matrix. They don't want to start assessing the validity of some of the mainstream narratives that might not be true, because suddenly they're in a world of deception and lies, and they want to see it as a world of trust and Big Brother being on their side. They don't want to ever believe that Big Brother's not on their side. So assessing this stuff has to be the worst possible outcome. So what's an easier outcome? Well, just fighting with flat earthers. Keep that paradigm safe, and it keeps everything else safe. You don't have to assess any of it if that's still true. If that's not true, everything's up for assessment suddenly. That's bad. Not for me, for them. Anti-flat earthers, that is.
Remember earlier at the start of the show, or close to the start, where I brought up the guy who, an hour previous, had to debunk reality to prove a globe. Well, that's where they're at. They have to debunk reality to prove a globe. If they don't debunk reality, they can't prove their globe. Now, that's the biggest contradiction, I think we've ever heard, really, or we could ever have. The only proof of something being real is taking all things that are real away.
Yeah. One of the closest persons in my life, when I was bringing up not just flat Earth, but all these other topics I listed, put their two hands to their ears, closed their eyes, and said, no, 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 stop talking. I don't want to hear this. The visual was stunning.
Yeah, that's a true globe believer. So that is somebody that recognises the cliff that's been put in front of them. But if they keep listening to that information, they're going to be tumbling down that cliff. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't still profess to being on a globe at the end of it. That's an anti-flat earther. But down the hill they must tumble if they keep listening to what you say, 10th. And they don't want to. So the only way, that's in many ways, to retain norminess and just be blissfully unaware. A bit like the Cypher character who wants to be plugged back in and know nothing. He says, I want to know nothing. Nothing! Right? Well, that guy recognises that you're about to tell him something. He goes, no, 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 no. Keep my paradigm safe. The problem really isn't that guy, because he'll go away, and he's dodged the bullet basically, hasn't he? He's still at the top of the hill in norminess. Lucky sod, in many ways, right? Still in the Matrix, blissfully unaware. Well, good for you, mate. For some, that's very enviable. Some being the anti-flat earthers. Because they think they're him. But they didn't put their hands over their ears. They did hear the information. So they tumbled down the hill. Same hill we had to fall down. And at the bottom, they suppress these ideas. Oh, no, if flat Earth's true and they've lied to me about the very nature of reality, then there's lots of other things on the list that I need to assess. I don't assess any of those. So let's just argue with flat Earthers down here at the bottom of this ditch.
I think that was perfect. I think once heard, it can't ever be unheard, and they're suffering.
Exactly. You're holding the red pill, and you're about to give it to him. He's just about to put it into his mouth, and he goes, no, 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 no. Right? Well, every person we argue with on the anti-flat earth side, they've all swallowed the red pill. They just don't realise it. They don't like it. They don't like the taste, and they want to vomit it back up. But they can't unhear this stuff. And a brilliant example, a case in point, this is going to always be my example of this, is cats. So Conspiracy Cats, in his argument, when he talked about Blackpool, he's talking about measuring angles. And he disclaimed that he'd have to give us that. I'll give you a flat earth first. Now, that means that for somebody of a higher degree of intelligence, which Cats is, he's assessed it. Well, therefore, he's experiencing that pain and having to get around it. And mentally, I know exactly what he's doing. He's hoping no one will notice. Because he's brushed it under the carpet. Right? Now, QE spotted it and laboured it. I didn't really understand the implications until recently, about a week ago, in fact. You're like, oh, yeah. It's not that he was just saying, I'll give you a flat earth for the sake of it. He had no option. He had to measure his angles, didn't he? He had to have a flat earth first. And while I might be only just picking up on it now, because I'm obviously not that smart, Katz knew about it when he formulated his argument now, didn't he? Otherwise he wouldn't have had the necessity to actually put it in. He wouldn't be disclaiming, I'll give you this flat earth. Right? If he hadn't recognised it, he wouldn't disclaim it.
Absolutely.
So he's in the same pit as we are. He's already rolled down the hill. He knows what he knows. He knows that he's got to somehow justify the fact that he's got to measure it on a flat plane. And then he disclaimed it by saying, I'll give you a flat earth first. Oh, yeah. Bet he didn't think that would bite him in the ass the way it has, 6 months later.
You want to do the question? You want to do the new question that QE formulated? I think that is...
Any evidence that you can have a curved adjacent whilst acquiring an elevation angle?
It's so over right there.
Any evidence that you can take those angular measurements to Blackpool and the surrounding area without a flat plane beneath your feet? Answer no, he'll have to give us that. That win.
Remember the guy on the show who Adam asked on QE show? Adam asked the 3 questions in a real exciting manner. Adam, you're here?
Sorry, I heard my name. I was just in the back. I weren't quite.
You were on QE show. You were on QE show, and you asked the 3 questions of that baller in the most exciting manner, and he answered them all correct. Will you go over that, please?
Yes, I spilled the beans. I thought you were going to say something, but you never did.
Let me find it. We were just messing around, weren't we? Like it was a game show, I think. I've got to find the questions, that's all.
Yeah, but it was epic, Adam.
So while Adam's digging out the questions so he can power them off verbatim, I'm sure he'll interrupt my little segue to keep him time happy to find those questions that he'll repeat now. But during QE's show, Phil Bell was in the chat, and I was chatting with him on to a vague degree, but not anything particular. Until someone suggested that Phil was asked the 3 questions in regards to elevation angles and navigation on a flat plane and a curved adjacent. So, from the chat, it was picked up, you're about to be asked for 3 questions, Phil. Brace yourself. Just answer. They're very easy yes or no answers. So then, eventually, Adam asks the question, and dutifully, Phil responded from the chat. So hopefully Adam will now regale us with the actual story with a bit more meat on the bones than I've just given in summary. Have I bought you enough time, Adam?
I've got the questions, yeah. So question 1 is, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Question was posed. The question was answered by Phil.
And we were very happy for him, weren't we? Because he was
No.
the
You were supposed to play along and tell me what he answered. So that question was posed.
Yes.
He answered yes.
Yeah. So we're chuffed for him. He's on the way. He's got the first question right, so we can proceed to the second question, can't he? Because if you get it wrong, there's no point going to the second question. So I was happy for him. Second question being, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Phil Bell was answered yes.
Which meant he went for the final qualifying question, which is, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline spherical surface?
Phil Bell answered no.
No.
And then we all welcomed him to Flat Earth. The end.
Welcome, Brother Philip. He answered no a lot. He struggled to get the answers for the first two, but he did answer no a lot for the third. I don't know whether it was a moment of elation, joy, or whatever. It was unclear from text, but...
Yeah, he said no from the chat. Yeah, I didn't get that either. I think maybe he was trying to throw people off. If I give the right answer that proves we're on a flat plane and this angle can't be measured on a spherical surface because you'd have a curved adjacent, if I affirm that over and over and over and over again, it'll be less devastating and throw a few people off. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't understand it either.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was double negative. So it's like, no. And then they're like, see, he said no. And he's like, no.
No. Say no to no.
I don't know. What I do know is you can't have a curved adjacent. And, I keep giving props to QE. Nobody backs me up when I do. I'm like, props to QE for an exceptionally well-phrased question to add to the housekeeping. And evidence you can have a curved adjacent whilst acquiring an elevation angle is epic. It covers every base, like all of the housekeeping questions. They're not so simplistic and oversimplified that, your average village idiot with no comprehension of the argument will get a full understanding of something like modus tollens. You're not going to get that out of a housekeeping question. We're at the tip of the spear, we just have to accept that. You can't oversimplify some of these arguments. But QE has managed to condense them into a phraseology that summarises the entire argument and answers it within the question.
Yeah, and that question actually sums up the whole sextant argument.
It does.
All in that one question, basically.
It does. Well, that's a true skill, that is, to do that. I know a lot of the other questions came out of formulation through discussion, but typically speaking, the end phraseology was... Maybe I'm wrong, maybe someone will correct me in this, but I'm pretty sure the end phraseology, including the polish, was QE for all of them.
Well, QE likes brevity, directness, to the point. That's his gift. And so he definitely uses the least amount of words to get it out with. But once you study each word, you can write a book on it.
There was a point, Nathan, where I apparently drew the short straw to go through the celestial navigation points that we discovered, as I remember. And whilst he pretends he doesn't listen to you, the QE does. Even whilst he's berating you. So I got that sort of stuff to go through with it, where we were at and that. And that's what I give him great plaudits for the day. So I noticed the subtle changes, and they're in there. They're not necessarily required to make his point, but with the extra knowledge we got, they're very subtle and they recognise it. And I did give him props the other day when He finally did it, because it's not just one. You don't just rattle them off. They're tweaked, and tweaked with knowledge, so an understanding of it. And there's traps in there as well, which is always nice.
Absolutely, they're multifaceted or multi-layered or however you want to phrase it. These housekeeping questions, and I take no credit for that. I use it, as a tool, as a weapon, all the time. But at the moment, they get turned into nice, easy to rattle off chat comments, like how can you have an elevation angle off a curved surface? Well, I've got that from the concise housekeeping question formulated by QE, and we've got that from the in-depth investigation from 10th Man, and we've got that from the Black Swan BLMSB 69, and so on and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to talk about it, because if you're going to start off with a sextant, then you've poured a lot of time into that. But if you start off with this housekeeping question, it's going to take you back to an angle measuring device that has to work with two straight lines, and you're back to the sextant. But the novice or the newbie is going to answer the question immediately with full confidence that you can't have an angle with a curved adjacent, and boom, the trap. It's right there. Okay, so you're set. The only way to have an angle is with a straight baseline. Okay, so how does a sextant work? It's over. It's so good.
Well, ballers got nowhere to go but doublespeak. And they got cover from society because everybody's dealing with their own doublespeak situations. So it's very easy for them now to go there and kind of slip under the radar, except for us, of course, because we just see it all. We see the craziness right there. We point at it. But everybody else, they can probably get away with it. So that's what they're doing.
Well, yeah, you're addressing consensus, right?
Well, more like the average state of mind, right? What people have to deal with if there's a lot of corruption in a certain area, certain region of thinking, then people will get used to that. And the ballers are kind of taking cover under a lot of that happening right now in the world. Everybody's dealing with like lies, overt lies being told to them, and crazy situations. So yeah, ballers can get away with more doublespeak. It's that simple.
They tried that at the beginning when the sextant argument first came on. Eli came and told us that they said don't mention 90, then don't say right triangle. So they tried immediately, but the very two words they use address it for our side, not for their side.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do, when you're faced with angle O sextant supremacy? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you might as well give in and give up your land and live under that lord.
Right, truth or slavery, your choice.
I gotta go. I'm in the shop. I'll talk to you later.
See you, Brian. Well, didn't Jose come in and do that with refraction today? A doublespeak?
Yeah, kind of.
But Jose can do it with such a nice voice, though. He can doublespeak and still sound very warm and nice and confident and friendly. So yeah, that works great for him.
I don't know if I get that from when Jose speaks. I get lunacy when he speaks.
There's that too, but he says it is such calm lunacy,
When they have their lunacy pointed back out to them, though, they do the equivalent of what your baller friend did which is put their hand over their ears and go la 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 la, straight through the top of it being pointed out that sextant won't work if you're claiming there's a refracted line to the horizon.
Yeah, well, this is the wrong place to do that because this show is about flat Earth debates. So it's like we're going to catch that lunacy. You want to go do the cocktail party, everyone will laugh with you.
I think a better plan would be ask if you can have permission to just say 2 sentences after talking about both horizons that we don't have. Best to ask for permission and say that you're being rumpused when you've claimed there's 2 horizons and it's being pointed out there isn't. We won't concede that there is only one. Ask for permission to talk and say you're being interrupted.
Right, he just wanted to start a new sentence. He didn't actually want to answer the question, right? It was just a yes or no answer. But it was just, can I please just talk? Can I please just talk? Because he wasn't going to answer the question. He just wanted to move on.
Well, no, he did answer the question. Once it came through clearly and it was established that he was actually listening, i.e. not rumpusing the point, he said cornbread.
He did like that cornbread a lot.
Cornbread. That was so corny.
Crummy. You know, I've never seen a sextant with 2 horizon mirrors.
We only have one horizon. And as I said to Jose, the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator is geometric. The one we see isn't. We don't have a geometric horizon. The black swan's debunked it.
And don't feed swans cornbread. It's not healthy for them.
There is no swan.
Can you imagine doing this with some GIFs or artist rendition of 2 horizon mirrors on the sextant, which does not exist? But imagine one pointing 1.22 miles out because you're holding the sextant at 1 foot high above the ocean, and the other one pointing at the actual horizon. Can you imagine the laugh everyone would have?
By coincidence, as it's useful. On screen now, we've got a hill obscuring the view of a road and a horizon in the distance. Now, from this vantage point, there will never be a point ever where the hill will appear above the road will appear above the hill. That'll never happen. The hill is a physical obstruction to the road. Now, that hill is metaphorically the equivalent of what they claim is the Earth curve hill at the horizon in this very same image. Now, when we point out that the horizon's beyond geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959, as shown in the black swan, they tell us we've got 2 horizons. A geometric horizon that only exists in the maths, and an apparent horizon which isn't geometric, therefore can't give them their geometry anymore, and is no longer Earth curve obstructing things in the distance anymore. In other words, their claim of refraction in response to the black swan debunks their very claim in the first instance.
Yeah, this is epic picture. Perfect example.
Should you do 4 more hours?
I gotta go.
Hell yeah, 4 more hours.
I'm good for 7 minutes of that 4 hours.
I was going to say, you see that there total lack of enthusiasm from absolutely everyone.
I was waiting for Neil to jump in, but then I noticed he wasn't on the panel.
Just based on that total lack of enthusiasm, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended after show possible. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley programming streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.